understand the need for these services to be offered within our city at locations that are easily accessible to those in need. Simply put, this location does not offer that to those in need. There is no public transit access, which was a requirement of the county RFP. The walkability from public transit is through a major intersection, clearly marked with no pedestrian crossing at Mount Vernon and Highland. The bridge on the south end has no walkable sidewalks. The only other access is through a completely residential neighborhood. These problems with accessibility are clearly not in keeping with the county RFP, but more importantly, are not good stewardship by this body to improve the quality of life for your residents. The process that was used to approve this project did not check and verify
And we welcome and thank you for being here. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council. The Mayor and City Council acting as a successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. As we commence, I ask that you please silence your cell phones and your electronic devices. At this time, I ask and invite David Okonwo from the Diocese of San Bernardino to lead us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Sir, welcome. Would you please stand?
As we have gathered, let us begin by calling the God who created, His Son who came to redeem us. Let us also invite the Holy Spirit, the one who goes around the world trying to bring all God's people under one roof. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, Almighty God, Creator God, we come down on this roof, first of all, to give you thanks for the life you have given us, to give you thanks because you are the Almighty God, to give you thanks because you saves both the good and the bad, to give you thanks because our city needs your help. Heavenly Father, we have gathered under this roof with our mayor and his people, those who we have elected to guard this city, the city you have named with the name of your Holy One, San Bernardino. We are also invoking Saint San Bernardino to come under this roof tonight, to be with us as we deliberate. Father, we call upon you. We pray that you will come upon this place tonight, upon the elected people here tonight, that you will give them peace. You told us to ask. Father, we are asking that you will give them peace, that you will open their eyes that they may see as you see, that they may see the needs of the city, that they may see where you want them to see. Father, we also seek for the good things of this city, all the goods you have created in this city. Father, we pray that tonight all the deliberations that they will have will be unto your good. Heavenly Father, we knock that you may open the doors of their hearts, open the doors of their minds, that they may think like you do, that they may see like you see, and that they may have the people of San Bernardino in their minds as they deliberate. Heavenly Father, you are an almighty God. And as we gather this evening, we pray that your blessings will also bless them as they walk in your vineyard. Bless them, bless their families, all their supporters. Bless them, that they may be called to order when they are out of order. That they may follow your laws when they are away from your laws. That they may, because of their supporters, do what you have asked them to do. Father, you are a loving God. Impute your love in their hearts, that the love they have when they're around for the seats that they're sitting on, that they will work from that love, the love that they love San Bernardino, that they love the people of San Bernardino, that they want to do good for San Bernardino. Father, you are an awesome God. And we pray you give them your heart of awesomeness, that they will begin to look for how to make this city awesome. Father, you are a great God, and we thank you. We praise your holy name, and we make our prayers knowing that you will answer us through Christ our Lord. And let the church say, amen. And please put your right hand in your heart, and face the flag as we say, I pledge the allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which you stand, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. At this time, we move on to our appointments. I invite a motion to approve the following individuals: Jesse Morfin to the Charter Review Commission, Donna Howard to the Personnel Commission, Benito Barrios to the Personnel Commission, and Jennifer Grant to the Library Board.
Second.
Members would cast their votes, please, and the clerk will announce the results.
I believe I heard Mr. Charette make the motion and Mr. Mulvihill second it. Okay, on the appointments, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and passed 6-0 with Ms. Richard absent.
Very
Mayor?
good.
I'd just like to make a quick comment, Mayor, on the appointment to the Charter Review Commission. That appointment is replacing Dr. Thomas Pierce, and I would like to thank Dr. Pierce for his service to the city. He spent more than 2 years on that commission. He's a brilliant man. He's a PhD in economics. He's a professor at our state university. He lives in San Bernardino and always been a very strong supporter. So I wanted to personally thank him, and to the extent that I'm able, on behalf of the city, to thank him for his service and his dedication. And I appreciate him personally and as a professional, and he was great on that commission. So I'd like to extend my thanks to him. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. At this time, I will ask the following individuals to be sworn in by our city clerk: Mr. Morfin, Ms. Howard, Mr. Barrios, and Ms. Grant. If you would please join us at the podium, and the city clerk will administer the oath.
Mr. Barrios will take the oath of my office tomorrow.
I think she does that. She wants to know it's one at a time. Same time.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I
Donna Howard,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you, guys.
Very good. We want to recognize the following individuals: Jesse Morfin to the Charter Review Committee. Mr. Morfin, I am deeply impressed with all of your credentials, and it is a delight to welcome you to the Charter Review Commission. A few words, sir?
I'm just super excited for the opportunity, and most importantly, to be able to continue to help with the change of San Bernardino.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I would also like to extend a welcome to Donna Howard. Donna, to the Personnel Commission. Donna, you are certainly positive, and I appreciate you, and I thank you very much for your willingness to serve. A few words?
Yes. I want to thank you and the council members for allowing me to have this opportunity to serve the city again. Thank you.
We did affirm Benito Barrios to the Personnel Commission, and later he'll be sworn in. And at this time, Jennifer Grant. Ms. Grant, you're a delight. I remember hearing your points of advocacy. You came down about 2 months ago to our city council, and I spent some time with you. And I love your passion, and I think you're going to do a great job on the library board. Congratulations. A few words?
Yes. I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be an assistant to the city and also to the county to help us grow and build a better homes for our family.
Very good. All right, at this time, we'll ask for a photo. If you just come and join me, please. Let's give them a round of applause. We certainly thank all of our commissioners and all of the fruits of their labors as they convene in all of their respective commission meetings, and we wish them a lot of success and luck. This time, will the representatives of the National Nurse Practitioner Week please come and join me at the podium, if you would, please. November 10th through the 16th is the National Nurse Practitioner Week, and on behalf of the City Council and myself, I'd like to recognize all of the hardworking nurses in our community. Those are expressed in multiple avenues of community hospital, hospice service, and healthcare providers throughout our community. I'd like to read this proclamation of the Mayor and City Council, the National Nurse Practitioner Week. Ms. Chu? It's a delight to get to know you a little bit more and the wonderful work your nurse practitioners do in our community. Whereas nurse practitioners serve as trusted frontline healthcare providers for patients in our state and our city, and whereas in addition to diagnosing and treating acute and chronic illnesses, nurse practitioners focus on health promotion, disease prevention, and health education and counseling, guiding patients to make smarter health and lifestyle choices. And whereas the confidence that patients have in NP-delivered health care is evidenced by the more than 1 billion annual patient visits. Imagine that. It's incredible. 1 billion annual patient visits made to nurse practitioners across the country. NPs are highly skilled practitioners with advanced education and clinical training building upon their initial registered nurse preparation. And whereas there are more than 270,000 licensed NPs in the United States providing services such as primary care, acute and specialty care to patients of all ages and walks of lives. More than 5 decades of research demonstrates the high quality of care provided by NPs. And it is a delight to recognize the hard work of our nurse practitioners. And on behalf of the City of San Bernardino, we proclaim this National Nurses Practitioner Week.
I'd like to thank the mayor and the City Council of San Bernardino. We're very much appreciative of this proclamation. And I was born and raised in San Bernardino, and raised my children in San Bernardino, and I very much appreciate this. We do have a bill, AB 890, that's in the Assembly, and we're hoping that the Assembly and Senate will be able to move it forward so that our governor can sign it so that we can better assist and meet the shortfall of health care for the Inland Empire as well as the state of California. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay, very good. The next individual we'd like to recognize tonight is a certificate of recognition, Project Fighting Chance. Let's ask them to come forward, please. These are our hometown heroes, and we would like to recognize Project Fighting Chance for all the great work they have done for our city. Project Fighting Chance allows the youth in our community to get past any trauma and anger and instead build positive self-worth to benefit themselves and this community, the City of San Bernardino. At this time, I will recognize Terrible Terry Washington, sir. Congratulations, my friend. Awesome. Ruffin the Hammer Harris. Not here. Okay. Killa Kenny Lobatos. Kenny. Congratulations, brother. And Isaiah Harris is, all right. And certainly Terry Boykins. Terry, we have one for you as well. At this time, I want to turn it over to Terry and Ian. Thank you, gentlemen, for your leadership, and I'll hand it over to you.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Great. Mayor, City Council, residents of San Bernardino, we want to say thank you for recognizing us and having us prepare as we go for another national championship. We just got back from Columbus, Ohio. The individuals that you saw were actually recognized as the best in amateur boxing in the United States of America, right from San Bernardino, California, you guys. And so I have provided the mayor and the council with an agenda that is coming up. We now leave for Lake Charles, Louisiana, to compete in the U.S. National Championship in Lake Charles, Louisiana, from San Bernardino, California. And so these young men that you've heard and you've seen tonight, we want to wish them well and bring back to SB Strong the National Amateur Boxing Championship of the United States. Okay. And so I'm going to get a chance to turn it over to Coach Ian Franklin, but before we do have some exciting things that are coming up. We are a program that not only does boxing, but we do have an after-school program with the CAP, San Bernardino City Unified School District, where we feed young people, where we work with them on their homework, where we work with them on their critical thinking skills, but also, too, one of the things that these young people are doing around the country are not just winning in boxing and not just promoting SB Strong, but they're bringing attention to something that's very important that's confronting youth, and that's the impact of childhood violence and trauma in our communities. And so these young people are not just fighting to win, they're fighting to represent all the young people that are in the San Bernardino area to help reduce childhood violence and trauma. Coach Ian?
Well, Terry's a tough act to follow, so I'm going to be real short. What these kids are doing is phenomenal athletically, but also in what we're trying to do at Project Fighting Chance. We're trying to be a safe haven for 4 hours. And in the reduction of violence and trauma, we provide them with food. We provide them the ability to work out, get that stress out in a boxing workout. And anybody that's ever done a boxing workout understands if you're stressful, when you leave that workout, you're not. We make sure they have tutoring. We make sure they do their homework. We make sure that they tap into their creative juices. We have enrichment programs that consist of a chess club, an art program, and electric and acoustic guitar lessons. So we try to have something for everybody. And what these kids are doing on the athletic circuit, I think we have the best team in the country. And so just give these youngsters a round of applause.
Thank you. And at this time, we will recognize Pam Montana, Councilman Mulvihill.
Service clubs provide so many benefits for our city, the Kiwanis, the Rotary, the Elks, the Lions, the Seropnis, the Assistance Leagues, and so forth. So I'm really pleased to be able to recognize one especially busy contributor. Pam Montana has just been elected for the second time as the president of the Kiwanis Club of Greater San Bernardino. She's made a number of accomplishments during her time as president and as a member of the Kiwanis Club of Greater San Bernardino. She's received the Jim King Service Award for mentoring young girls. She's instituted a supporting the homeless population through contributions to the hygiene program, regular volunteers at Del Rosa Elementary School, and of course a wonderful support of other Kiwanis activities. So I want to recognize Pam Montana and thank you very much for all the service you do. And would you like to make some comments?
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, before I forget, a very valuable, much sought after Kiwanis lapel pin, or not Kiwanis, the State of San Bernardino lapel pin.
Oh.
I wish it were Kiwanis, Phil.
That's okay.
But you've already got one of those.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Want to thank Councilman Mulvihill for this. He actually attended my installation last week, and so he got to see firsthand how it is at our meetings. We're a lively group. We meet early every Tuesday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning at Meatla Cafe. So if you're ever in the mood and you want to see what a service group is really about, what we are doing, I stand up here and I'm receiving this award, but I have great members in Kiwanis of Greater San Bernardino that support me. We're here because, yes, we are a service group, and we're here to service the kids. And that's what Kiwanis is all about. We provide scholarships to our young kids. So throughout the year, we have different events, different fundraisers. And so anyway, I just encourage all of you to attend one of our meetings and, like I said, and see what we're all about. So thank you again.
Very good, and we thank you, Ms. Montana. Wish you a lot of success in your presidency. This time we will call forward our Chamber of Commerce and any local elected officials that may have announcements. You're recognized at this time. Seeing none, we will, yes, Mr. Science.
I just want for the record, Mayor, to indicate that there was no action taken in closed session today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. One announcement. Yes, Mr. Taylor, great seeing you. If you'll press your button for us. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Good to see you again, Mayor and Council. Awesome. Great night here in San Bernardino. Thank everybody for coming out. I come here on behalf of the Assembly Member James Ramos, who sent his greetings throughout the 40th District. We want to say on November 13th, we are proud to say, first of all, we're wishing everybody and all our veterans who served, thank you so much for serving us, that we can enjoy this wonderful freedom of a democracy here today. So we want to thank you on our Veterans Day that's coming up, and we will be honoring 10 veterans, 2 from each of our cities. Our district, it will be Veterans Honoring Veterans. So we want to thank you, and on behalf of the Assembly Member James Ramos again, we thank our veterans for your service and all of you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. And we thank Assembly Member Ramos for his constant advocacy in Sacramento. Thank you. At this time, we will move on to our public comments. So we encourage our public comments. Please submit your speaker slip. Also, we are utilizing both podiums, and so I'm going to call your names, so please cooperate with us, the system, please. We're going to use both podiums tonight, and so we will try to put members on deck so we can expedite and not have any major lulls. So I'm going to ask and call forward several individuals: Don Thomas, Christopher Gonzalez, Ivan Garcia, Jose Cortez, and remember we have both podiums available for public comments tonight. Luis Ojeda, Cheryl Brown. Don Thomas, Ivan Garcia, Christina Gonzalez, Jose Cortez, and Luis Ojeda. Ma'am, are you Don Thomas? Welcome. Please turn on your button there and 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dawn Thomas. I'm a member of ICUC as well as Cathedral of Praise in San Bernardino. I would like to speak to you regarding item 10 on the agenda. We'd ask that you would release a full report before you do the recommendation on this item. We would like the full public report before you do anything. I'm sorry, I'm usually more prepared and I usually have a written statement, but that's the best I've got right now, but we do want the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jose Cortez and Luis Ojeda. Mr. Cortez, welcome, sir.
Buenas noches, Jan Valdivia y todos sus representantes.
Good evening, Mayor Valdivia and council members. I'm just interpreting for Mr. Cortez.
La razón por que estoy aquí, soy ciudadano de San Bernardino desde 1985. Me da el derecho de hacer esta declaración. Soy un pequeño comerciante. Hace años tuve la oportunidad de ir al City Hall a sacar un permiso para construir mi propia bodega.
The reason I'm here is because as a citizen of San Bernardino since 1985, I feel I have the right and the duty to speak. I'm a merchant and I went downtown to get a permit.
Y me acuerdo que en ese entonces estaba a cargo de la planeación el señor Henry Nichols.
At that time, it was Henry Nichols who was in charge of planning.
Me dijo que el costo de la planeación era de $450,000 para una bodega para mi negocio.
I was told it was $450,000 to get the planning for my business.
En mi comunidad, cerca de la Waterman, Orange Roy Central, se están construyendo 2 bodegas grandísimas.
Near Waterman and Central, there's big warehouses being built right now, 2 big warehouses.
Y esas bodegas no le están haciendo ningún requerimiento, están haciendo fosas sépticas. Esas fosas sépticas están no a 1000 pies de nuestros nacimientos de agua que alimentan las fuentes de nuestra agua que bebemos de San Bernardino y Riverside. ¿No será un peligro en el futuro?
These 2 warehouses are being built with septic tanks within 1,000, not within the 1,000 feet required for the water source. Wouldn't this be damaging to our citizens of San Bernardino?
Es todo lo que concierne porque mis hijos y mis nietos podrían beber de esa agua contaminada en un futuro.
My children and my grandchildren will be drinking of this water, so it concerns me very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Ivan Garcia. Ivan Garcia, followed by Christopher Gonzalez, followed by Luis Ojeda, followed by Cheryl Brown. Mr. Garcia, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council and staff. My name is Ivan Garcia. I'm a property manager and homeowner here in San Bernardino, and I'm here to follow up on my concern, my work order regarding my alley. I still haven't received a response. I was promised that this repair to my alley that's adjacent to my property would be added to a CIP project. And I just would like to get a status and possibly requests for this project be added on the agenda. 2 weeks ago, or at our last council meeting, I specifically said that I would fill out a volunteer application. I went ahead and did that. You know, I'm willing to help out Public Works, Police Department, or anywhere I can help out the city. I'm showing my commitment because I care for the city. So I'm just here today, and I'll be here at the following council meetings to follow up on that alley. It's a huge concern. The rainy season is coming, and again, when it rains, water pours into my property, and it floods, and it ponds at the entrance of my driveway, and it's a huge concern to me and my tenants. If there's anything I can do with or a callback on my volunteer application, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm here to help. I'm not afraid to roll up my sleeves and boots on the ground and help out. Again, this is Ivan Garcia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Christopher Gonzalez, followed by Luis Ojeda, followed by Cheryl Brown, followed by John Hall, and Jacinta Joe Valdez.
Good
Sir,
evening.
welcome.
Good evening, Council and good people of San Bernardino. I'm here to speak on item number 23. I'm asking for approval of item 23 regarding the 320 Northeast Street property. Alan Stanley is not only my boss, but somebody who I can call a friend. And he's come from out of town and invested in our city. And the Andreessen Building, as it was formerly known, is also known as the Enterprise Building, has always been and is the founding building, one of the founding buildings of what sparked this great city. And so I hope that we continue with that tradition and honor it and allow Mr. Stanley to continue to do what he came here to do. As the Civic Center Neighborhood Association president, as well as a business owner here in downtown San Bernardino, I ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Luis Ojeda, followed by Cheryl Brown, followed by John Hall, Jacinta Joe Valdez, and Treasurer Ortiz. Mr. Ojeda.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Luis Ojeda, president and founder of We Are the Change, and also doing the SV Food Fest. Last Saturday, we had it in the dark. There was no lights. I don't know what happened, so we need to find out. Anyways, today, usually I try to work with staff, work with elected officials, but sometimes it seems that it's a little bit difficult. Why am I saying that? It's because we always try to work, but at the same time, when you're lied to, I don't appreciate it. For example, Mr. Mayor, I went to your town hall meeting, the first one that you did, and you said that we have property, like 30 properties that belongs to the city. But then I asked the city manager that I would like to lease one of those properties and maybe, rehab it and we can have our, our meetings there. And then I was told that, no, we don't have any. So those are the things that concerns me. So I get 2 stories. So you said that we have property. She told me that we don't have property. And it doesn't make sense to me. And then I tried to stay positive, but in the last 3 weeks, we've been having shootings, we've been having, killings, especially in my area. We have a lot of people broken into different yards, and I reached out to the lieutenant that is in charge of my area, and for the last 3 weeks, I'm still waiting for his call. I wanted to help, I wanted to tell him, because more or less I know who's doing these crimes, but no response. So it's a little bit difficult for me to be positive and to try to work with you guys when I don't get the help or the response from you guys. And right now, I just want to ask the people of San Bernardino that we are in charge of the city. And why am I saying that? Because we're the ones that are supposed to be electing you guys and to call you guys to account. So, and unfortunately, most of the times, it's only a small groups of us that is here, that we're involved, that try to be concerned with the issues. And I want to ask all the people that if we really want to help the city, we need to get involved. We need to start registering to vote, go out and vote, and at the same time, be involved, come over here, and, be involved in the city, not only to complain, because I don't like to complain, I like to fix things, but at the same time, we need honesty from you guys. So I would like to appreciate that if you guys told me, do we have property or we don't have property? Simple. Thank you.
John.
Okay.
John.
Our next.
John, I got a question.
Hold on.
I got a question.
Mobile. Hold on, Mr. Mobile. Just hold on. Mr. Ojeda, we have a property management plan that enumerates 300 properties on it. I'd be happy to get that to you. The list is a little outdated. It's a public record. I'd be happy to send that to you. Our next speaker, Mr. Mobile.
Yes. I have to compliment Luis Ojeda on the Saturday night food festival. He had about 200 people there, and again, dancers for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and so forth. But there were no lights, and I think we tried to see if we couldn't. Jim, Mr. Tickmeyer, were we able to get the lights fixed for
Mr. Mulvihill, let's direct your inquiry to the city manager, not a staff member.
Okay, thank you.
Good. All right, let's proceed. Cheryl Brown, welcome.
This is for Hardy Brown, but I am going to take one little point of privilege, and that's to just announce that San Bernardino must start looking at how to be an age-friendly city. The master plan that the governor has tasked us to do is going to be very important, and it's going to trickle down. So start thinking about what we can do to make an age-friendly city here in San Bernardino. Also, we're going to have a caregiver recognition program on the 24th of November. Senator Holly Mitchell is the speaker for our morning service. We'll be recognizing caregivers in our community. These are Hardy Brown's remarks. He calls it his letter to the city. I want to tell Terry, thank you for meeting with me last month in my home. It's easier for me to talk and for her to understand me, even when my wife is there to explain what I've said, when Terry would have that puzzled look on her face. We shared with each other our love for this city that I now live in and she grew up in. I must say I believe her when she says she wants the best for San Bernardino and is committed to do whatever it takes in the little time that she will be city manager. She told me about agenda item 7 of her desire to have this assessment done of the police department. After reading the impressive profile of the firm that will do the work, I am in support of it and some of my concerns, if some of my concerns are addressed. I have shared some with you, and it will improve trust and community relations between the police and black citizens. I did a follow-up after our meeting with an outline of a plan that I submitted to Terry and the council member, Bessine Richard. Once implemented, I know it will go a long ways in providing equal employment opportunity to current staff and outside applicants while building trust in the employment process. I watched the video put out by the police department regarding the shooting of Sanchez, which provides us with some transparency. But being a retired HR manager, I also listened to what was not said. Chief McBride said in the video after the internal investigation, as a result, the officer no longer works for the City of San Bernardino Police Department. Well, I want to know, and so should you, what does that mean? What does it say that the officers in the officer's personnel record? Did he resign, retire, or was he fired? And is he eligible for rehire pending the action of the district attorney's office? Item 10, I am on the verge of joining the people who want to ban fireworks altogether in the city. Some of the people in my neighborhood have illegal fireworks that go off every weekend or holiday. Maybe we should put a higher penalty of $10,000 for violators of this policy. Item 15, an update on police compensation MOU signed in 2015 before some of you were on the council. My advice to you is to vote no in giving the acting chief a 9% raise for doing nothing. Please do not sign any more MOUs that guarantee employees a raise regardless of the budgetary constraints placed on our city. The first MOU was wrong and contributed to the city going bankrupt. If you're running for office, let people know who did sign the MOU and tied your hands. And I want to commend Terry for not taking the raise. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Hall, Treasurer Ortiz, Jacinta Jo Valdez, and Myrna Spear. Mr. Hall, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here on behalf of the Men's Ministry of St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church on 21st in Mount Vernon. Item 13 is the firework permit and penalties for firework violations. I'm just here to say that we have been doing this firework stand for over 20 years, and it's one of the biggest fundraisers that we have for our church. And I'm just here to say that we want to continue to do the safe and sane fireworks. I'm all in favor of raising penalties on people who used fireworks in the wrong way or fireworks that are illegal. I know they bring them in from all different areas around, but we shouldn't be penalized for the actions of those who do wrong. So I'm here to say, please, let's keep
the safe and sane fireworks in the areas that we have them, where they're not causing any problems and people are enjoying them. And we just want to say, I know you'll do the best for the community, and we would love to have it again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Treasurer Tees, followed by Jacinta Valdez and Myrna Spear.
Mayor and Council, I wanted to speak to agenda items, I want to say 10 and 18, unless that's changed, the substations and the pay. First of all, why are we back here at substations? Less than 6 months ago, you guys already agreed and discussed that substations were way too costly, even at least if they were leased at $1 a piece. Plus, you're going to staff it with a sworn officer. We are facing a murder a week in this city. You have pictures of our police officers out picking up carts around town. We don't have the ability to have a sworn officer sit in the mall. If the mall needs more protection, then let them hire security guards, because just filling a vacancy is enough. People are not going to walk in there when they're trying to get a hold of 911. The $20,000 that it's stating is going to be a revolving cost. How revolving? Monthly? Yearly? We just closed a passport station. Was that $20,000 used? You have volunteers paying for cat food at the animal shelter. Could they use that $20,000? You can't keep the lights on at Court Street Square. Could we use the $20,000 there? There's always another available option for the money. And then let's talk to the raises. Almost $30,000 a piece for the chief and the assistant chief, based on an MOU that doesn't exist because you cannot put a memorandum of understanding for unclassified employees that are non-union. Give us a break. Those are vacancies. You are not tied to give anybody any type of money unless it was a promise. And why would you promise people when you eliminated 10 police officers out of our city budget this year? Why would you give raises when our employees have sat for 6 years at salary freezes watching other people hired at higher steps? Why would you give raises? When you have people that don't have benefits, that need more in our city, that services are being cut, why are you giving raises? When do you become fiscally responsible for us? When do you do your job and stop breaking us? Eric McBride has an amazing resume. Let's see if he can compete with other people at the current salary. And that resume was bought on the city's money because he's been here for 22 years and the taxpayers have given him a great boost in his career. Start being fair and start doing your job, because those of us on the outside recognize things that you sit up there and see more and talk about more. Why do we have to tell you this stuff? Do no more lame excuses. We're tied to an MOU. You bargain in good faith, and today we are broke. Andrea Miller gave you a 10-year projection in January of how much of a deficit we were going into. Less than 1% economic growth, and here we are giving raises, almost $1 million in raises in the last 6 months. Where do you think you live, Henry? You said we have a stable economy, our financial status is stable. You work in the city of San Bernardino. This isn't Fontana, Redlands. We are failing.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Our next speaker is Jacinta Valdez. Please proceed. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm here to speak in regards to agenda item number 13. I apologize for my voice. I've been losing it. Ironically, I find myself here again on the same topic. I was here 20 some odd years ago when Mayor Valles was mayor. And we discussed eliminating fireworks in the city of San Bernardino. Fireworks, and then it was, pretty much a set period of time. I can tell you, they go off every weekend and many times during the week. Not little fireworks. Huge commercial grade fireworks you see going up in the sky. It's not a joke. The only way to make it clear who's setting off the illegal fireworks is to make them all illegal. You see one? Gosh, it's illegal. You live near a fire zone where in 2003, how many people lost their homes? Lost their homes, everything they they lived and worked for. The people who suffer and actually the residents who suffer, I'm going to say residents because it's the people and the animals. They are traumatized, not counting our veterans. The smell of cordite is so strong from May until September that it hurts your eyes when you go outside in our neighborhood. I've had fire go by and tell people to stop, and right away they're doing it again. Commercial grade fireworks. We don't have to go pay for a show. We just have to sit on our front lawn. It's a trauma. We have the foundation of our house is sometimes rocked by the people who let off sticks of dynamite because they're trying to outdo the other people. Who can get the loudest bang? Prior to moving here in 1992, when I purchased my home here, I lived in Riverside for 7 years. They're illegal in Riverside. Never saw one outside of a prescribed event, and the events were free. People say, oh, well, we need to earn money. We do it through our philanthropic organizations. That's the only way we have to earn money. Step into the 1990s, buy yourself a computer, and look up. It's called social media. You crowdfund. If you need something, you need $1,000. All you need is 100 people with $10. That's $1,000. There's people who are behind every kind of organization. If you need something, you go reach out to the people who are in your organization or the people who are friends to it. It just takes a little bit more work. As a teacher, 28 years, I've never had to sell fireworks to fund field trips, classroom supplies. For many years, I did with $150 in my classroom budget for 30 kids. That's $5 a kid a year. Glue, paper, scissors, everything. And I never had to sell a firework to do it. Sometime it came out of my own pocket. But I believe in it. I believe in my job. I believe in the kids. I believe in the city of San Bernardino. We deserve better.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Myrna Spear. Myrna Spear, followed by Anthony Forfa, Pastor Kelvin Ward, and Jenny Nelson. Welcome, Ms. Spear.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I come before you today to speak on two issues. The first one was regarding the water situation in front of my property on Norman Road. I had to repair that myself. And I'm still waiting for a phone call that was promised to me based on my coming here a couple of times to ask for that repair. So I'm very disappointed in the city in that regard. I'm a taxpayer, my family is a taxpayer, but that never got repaired. I had to do it myself. Okay, so the other issue is I own property in the South Waterman area. I am a native San Bernardinian. My father was a retired person from the city. My mother was a retired teacher from the city. I grew up in San Bernardino. I love this city. As I was growing up on the acres in the South Waterman area, as a child, I witnessed the residential property being changed or designation being changed to IL, which limited what we could do to our own properties. So fast forward today. The property on Waterman that I own, I use it for a truck service. There are many, many truck services, the same as mine, where trucks are parked, where there's a residence in the front, and I feel like the fines that I've been assessed are little more than harassment. I've driven around the city in that southern, South Waterman area, and I see the same situations, but I receive fines. My property is not an eyesore. It's got the proper ground cover. There are no problems. We pay taxes. If my property were left vacant, that's going to result in dumping and eyesore and more problems for me. I have enough. I'm a teacher in Rialto Unified School District. I am the breadwinner of my family. I maintain and help my family maintain all the properties and everything. It's just a lot. But basically, my tenant is being harassed. I'm being harassed to shut down the truck service. But everybody in that South Waterman area is doing the same thing, and I'm very disappointed and dissatisfied with the city of San Bernardino and the way I've been treated. So I hope that I am not cited by code enforcement. I don't need code enforcement to come see me or anything. I just want to be treated with respect and be able to do the same thing that everybody else in the city is doing.
Thank you. Anthony Forfa is our next speaker. Anthony Forfa, followed by Pastor Kelvin Ward, followed by Janine Nielsen, followed by Don Hutchison. Mr. Forfa?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. The reason I'm here is the illegal dispensaries that you guys were discussing tonight. I've been here before, talked about it. I don't use cannabis, don't need to, don't want to, but it is legal in California. It seems kind of common sense to me, and I'm asking if you guys can help me understand. The taxes that are collected, does that not go towards the police force to shut down the illegal dispensaries? It does, correct? A portion of it? Anybody know?
Mr. Forfa, if you just address the council.
Okay,
And
I'm
we'll
sorry.
take your questions offline,
Okay.
sir. Please continue.
I assume that some of that goes towards shutting down illegal dispensaries. The city collects all kinds of taxes on it. You guys have 17 permits. I think 5 were like retail dispensaries. There's over 40 illegal dispensaries in San Bernardino right now. I don't understand why you don't issue more permits and have legal places. These illegal ones, they're gonna have kids in there. If you have control over it, you can have legal people going in there, buying what they need. I don't understand why there's only 17 permits and why more haven't been issued. I looked at your agenda, the closed door. You had litigation of like 7 cases going on. 6 of the 7 are cannabis related. Doesn't it solve the problem by issuing more permits and letting these people open up, collect taxes, and do the right thing? So you've got something that's regulated, not something that's being grown in somebody's backyard or, the illegal places that you got going on. I just think that would solve a lot of the problems. You guys are talking about needing more money for the city, for the police force, to keep the lights on. The taxes are going to go to that unless it just goes to salaries being increased. And I apologize, that's probably sarcastic, but anyways, I appreciate your time, and hopefully you guys could let loose with a few more permits for those that are trying to open up legally. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pastor Kelvin Ward, followed by Janine Nelson, followed by Don Hutchison, Stan Futch, and John Kelly. Pastor Ward, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. I am Associate Pastor at Cathedral of Praise, Associate Pastor of Community Relations, and I work as a full-time organizer with Inland Congregations United for Change, ICUC. I'm not anti-law enforcement, but one item on the agenda, item 18, updating the basic compensation plan for San Bernardino Police Department. I'm a little befuddled about this being on the agenda because as I came into work here, growing up in Riverside about 4 years ago, I understood that the police department here was down about 1/3 of police officers. And so my concern is that the raises that are going to be given to law enforcement that are presently employed would take away from funding that I believe is necessary to build the police department back up. As I mentioned, I do work for Inland Congregations United for Change. I help lead our violence intervention program, which our police department under Chief McBride has been very advantageous in helping us with the work. But a lot of our guys that work within the program right now work part-time. The program has, in the short time we've implemented it, has been pretty effective. And so my point for saying that is that there's funding available through CalVIP that I'm asking for the council to look at and to go ahead and to go after that funding because I believe that the program will be even more effective if a lot of those young men that are working within the program are able to work on a full-time basis in collaboration with our law enforcement here in the city. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Janine Nelson, followed by Don Hutchison, followed by Stan Futch, John Kelly, and Thomas Fleming. Ms. Nelson, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little short. Thank you, Mayor, staff, and council. I'm here to speak on, obviously, the agenda number 12 when it comes to approving the job description of the Director of Animal Services, establishing Animal Services Department, and amending the adopted budget. I just want to say how very positive that is to see something happening with the shelter, and we're moving in the right direction. It has been a long time coming. You guys have worked very hard at that, and I'm really, really grateful. I do want to speak about the errors of the past so we don't continue to make those same errors. I have been through several directors that were non-police or managers, as well as dealt with several lieutenants that have ran that animal shelter. We've seen some pretty atrocious errors that have been made there. I do hope that when you do establish a department that does run this, that you would please speak to some of the boots on the ground rescues. Some of us have been there many years, between 6 and 8 years, 5 days a week, helping this shelter. We've seen the ins and outs, we've seen the good things that can happen, and we've seen the bad things that can happen. Please work with us to help establish the right way to run the shelter. One of the biggest issues that we've had in the past was hiring a shelter manager that had very little shelter management experience. Our last shelter manager came from corporate Target. He had very little experience. Although he was a very dynamic man and he worked very well with the rescue groups, it changed very quickly. Within the first 6 months of him being a manager there, we saw some changes. The changes we saw was that he started to pit his employees against each other. You have lost some of your best employees at that shelter that cared for the animals, that worked twice as hard as anybody else, and now you have a lot of new employees that have very little experience. And because of that, we've had some pretty major issues with neglect of animals. One of the other things that the last shelter manager did was when there was neglect of animals, rather than him taking the blame for it, he would file animal neglect charges against the employees. We do not want to see that happen. The employees should be trained properly. One of the other things is to make sure that you guys have an inventory control management system in place for anything that is bought for your budget as well as donated by your nonprofits. That was one of the things that we saw a big issue with, and with your former manager and why he was investigated. Thank you so much. I hope that you guys reach out to us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Don Hutchison. Don Hutchison, followed by Stan Futch, John Kelly, Thomas Fleming, and Jose Raz. Ms. Hutchison, welcome.
Once again, I stand before you because another kitten is dead due to the policies of Frank McCumber and the inaction of the City Council to remove him as manager of SBC. He has enacted a policy where rescues cannot pull any animal till 2 days after its release date. If that day is a Saturday, then the animal waits another 4 days to get out. I've spoken to him twice explaining that some sick cats cannot wait an additional 2 to 4 days. Twice he said he will review the policy with the kennel supervisor, Leslie Walker. Nothing has changed. Leslie has admitted she spends little to no time in the cat room. More cats are saved by rescues than by adoptions. Why are we treated like the enemy? Last Saturday, I pleaded to get out a sick kitten. 1 day after its release date, kennel workers told me it wasn't that sick. They relented and I was allowed to pull this tiny kitten I named Arthur. He was 1 pound. He weighed 1 pound. He was too small to be neutered. He shouldn't have been in the cat room in the adoption room. Staff should have known that. A competent vet or rescuer knows that nothing can be done with a cat that's 1 pound. They have to be 2 pounds. Why weren't rescues notified that this was a small kitten? Why was he placed in the cat room for adoption? McCumber has, and I'll tell you why, Macomber has hired unqualified kennel workers, and neither he or Leslie properly supervise them. It's also the fault of this council, because you're not doing what's right for the animals. Have you ever held a kitten as it gasps for breath? Have you heard the screams of pain as they fight to live? Arthur was in terrible shape. His tail and butt were covered in dried feces, and his nose and face had dried mucus on it. I held Arthur and told him he was loved, and good people cared about him. I told him it was okay to leave his physical body. 12 hours after I pulled him, I took him to the ER to be euthanized. It's time this council gets off its butt and does something about the horrendous policies of Frank Macomber. You need to turn the shelter over to people that care and know what's best for the animals. I have to return the body of Arthur to the shelter to close his paperwork. Which one of you wants to feel what a cold, dead kitten feels like? He's your fault that this kitten is dead. Shall I give it to you, Mr. Mayor? You seem void of feelings for the animals. Which council member will take it? I'm asking for justice for this little kitten.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stan Futch. Mr. Futch, you're recognized for 3 minutes. No. Mr. Futch, please go ahead. You remove that, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor,
Futch, please.
City Council. My name is Stan Futch. I'm the president of Westside Action Group. I represent a lot of your constituents, and I'm here tonight to talk about your police department's MOU. It's true you have to negotiate with them each and every year because that's the MOU that you've or the past council has allowed to happen. Shame on you. But there are solutions. The major solution is no raise. Can you hear me okay? Okay. The main solution is no raise. Like the city manager has declined her raise, every one of those people can decline their raise, especially an interim police chief. He has no job. He's interim. You can let him go at any time. But instead, you're talking about giving an interim police chief a 9% raise. Now, if I was that guy, I'd take the raise, sit on my butt for 1 year, and retire with a 9% higher salary than I had the day before. The second way to look at it is minimum raise. Don't go to 9%, give them 1%. If you have to give a raise to the department, reduce the amount of money you're given. The third solution, look for a new chief. He's interim. You can go out at any time and search for a new chief. You know that. Lessons learned. In the future, never sign an MOU that locks you into giving a department raises every year. Nobody does that. Nobody tells their wife, I'm going to give you $5,000 every week for the rest of your life. That's the kind of MOU you signed with the police department, and that's the same MOU you signed with the fire department when they were here. Don't do that again. Learn from your past. And please, it's your vote that's going to give it the 9% raise. Don't do it. It's easy. Don't do it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Kelly. Mr. Kelly, it's great to see you, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. My name is John Kelly with TNT Fireworks. Joining me tonight is TNT's area manager for San Bernardino, Mike Casserly. We are here on behalf of our organization, which is the wholesale distributor to 27 nonprofit organizations who sell our products every year on 4th of July. We're here in support of continued sale of safe and sane product in the city, and also in support of the city's proposed revisions for penalties for fireworks violations. We would like to make you, the city, aware that there is a smartphone app available called NALEM. Once downloaded, it empowers those within the community to photo, timestamp, and geocode illegal fireworks activity for present and future enforcement efforts. In conclusion tonight, I just, there are several things on both sides of this issue that are stated about fireworks. And I know that you all understand the difference between safe and sane, which is defined by the California Health and Safety Code for distribution one time a year. My wicked twin brother at TNT Fireworks is illegal fireworks. This is coming in 12 months a year to all of California. It's being stored in non-approved facilities and not regulated and not licensed. And the one thing that both sides can agree on is that it is a problem. It's a problem for industry. It's a problem for our cities. It's a problem for the future. I'm available as a resource should any questions come up during the discussion today. Thank you for your time.
Thomas Fleming, followed by Jose Raz, followed by Kenesha Boyd, Perlene Jones, and David Maya.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. It came up today about fireworks. I mean, they're horrible, you know. They're horrible for the environment, horrible for veterans, they're horrible for animals, okay? There are beautiful laser shows that you could do if you wanted to do something like that, you know. But yeah, there are a lot of people who suffer from fireworks and animals. And the cat thing, you know, that's really sad, and I hope you guys feel that, because I see dead cats and dogs on the road every day, and I pick them up. And people call in, and it takes so long for them to pick it up. I pick them up anyway. I put them under, you know, I bury them, because people just run them over till they're into the cement, into the road, till they're nothing. They don't care. Every morning I get up, I take my dogs out for a walk. I have to stay away from the sidewalks when I can, because of shattered glass and trash, which my dog loves. I go out for a run afterwards, navigating around the heaps of trash on the trails. It keeps my agility active, I guess. As I run, I progressively pass homeless people. They're usually very dirty, disheveled, and they appear to be looking for or at something. Sometimes they will ask if I have a lighter or some change. It hurts because I don't have either at the time because I'm on a run. It also hurts because I've been homeless. It literally hurts my heart. Mind you, I run 6 miles in the morning and 6 miles at night every day. I don't take a day off. My legs are dead. But the pain that I have, this pain is nothing like the pain of being homeless. These people who beg for food, these people who sleep outside with the cold, the ants, the spiders, and the rats. These people are human beings, ladies and gentlemen. These human beings need help back up from the fall that beat them down so badly they resorted to living on the street. I wonder if any of you have lived on the street before. Just wonder. Drugs only manage the problem. Pharmaceutical companies, they only manage problems. They don't cure. They don't help. Having a beautiful place where we can house, bathe, feed, and heal these hurt, lost, heartbroken human beings is just step one. This is imperative success of San Bernardino. This is necessity to start healing a city with a broken heart and lost soul. Mr. Mayor, you went to Evangel University. What would Jesus think about what I'm asking? This is a no-brainer, and obvious for anyone with the ability to think with common sense in addition to a beating heart. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jose Raz, followed by Kenesha Boyd and Perlene Jones.
Okay, thank you. I didn't prepare anything today, so I'm just speaking ad lib. So I hope. First, I'd like to compliment the new venue that you have here. This is wonderful. That whoever is responsible, all of you, great venue, much better than that hole in the wall. And I hear a lot of talk about. I guess the last thing was about fireworks. I'm an honorable vet. I don't really have too much problems with the fireworks, but except for in June. I guess they have a celebration, and that's the Canadian day of something. So I'm always like, no Canada, no Canada. Here we are Americans, so the 4th of July is something that we always like to celebrate. And so it's important on the 4th of July, and the calendar is around for, I hear a lot of people talking about, the thing that really bugged me when I first walked in was the talk about religion, and we don't recognize enough of the American religions. And our America, the first constitutional right is freedom of religion, as opposed to the Christianity or Christianity. It has nothing to do with that, because, to be honest with you, they have no future. And everybody knows that. They're caught up on apocalypticism. There's no future there. So we need to have, respect the American pantheon. And I know you understand that, Mayor, because you were speaking about Medicana, and we need to respect women for their great. There's no respect in a chauvinistic religion for that either, for what they are built for, to be doctors in our society. So we have a society. And when it comes to gun control, anybody speaking for gun control is speaking out against the Constitution, and that's the one thing you're not supposed to do. You can say all kinds of foul words in America. Freedom of speech. You speak your mind. You can, I don't condone the G word for fag, but, speak your mind. And if we have a problem in our schools where all they want to do is teach the G word for fag and give anal sex education, then obviously our teachers are overpaid. And another problem we're having, that's just an obvious thing. And we need to, learn from our great, the presidential, I know you're a Republican, and so are some other people. But, if they're not going to say it directly, make America straight again. That's what the whole thing is about, making America straight again with the Republicans. And that's what our president is about. So let's keep that in mind, too. And also, we have to, okay, well, that's about it. So, let's try to work on that and have a great night. Everything's going good, and
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kenesha Boyd, followed by Pearline Jones, followed by David Moya. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Kenesha Boyd. I'm a longtime resident of San Bernardino. I'm also the co-founder of the Vertimont Revitalization Project and a volunteer and organizer for the SB Food Fest. I do just want to thank you guys, your city, their support thus far for what started as a small placemaking event and our beautiful Court Street Square. Many of the city officials and staff have graciously visited the Food Fest, and some even on a weekly basis, and we greatly appreciate that. Our staff has mingled with and patronized our vendors. They've mingled with constituents and even purchase food on a regular basis. What started as taco night to bring life to our empty downtown area has grown into a larger community effort. One of the many goals was to help the downtown neighborhood and all the residents within the city imagine and create a better future where people, businesses, and institutions want to be. Through the evolution to SB Food Fest, I feel that we are on the right track to accomplish that. Court Street Square was originally designed to be a safe, comfortable, clean place full of character and charm. Court Street should always be welcoming to a place for residents where they can connect and have authentic experiences within their community. Unfortunately, that was not the case on November 2nd. The SB Food Fest was literally left in the dark. With a parking lot already full of vendors and people, it was hard to notice how dark how not to notice how dark the square was. Questions swirled about what was going on. Why would our city literally leave us in the dark? Was this intentional? Why were we not notified if there was a problem? Although SB Food Fest is a relatively new event and may not bring large crowds like other events in surrounding cities, it is just as valuable as any other event. We would greatly appreciate that as the city staff, knowing that the event the location is being reserved, whether it be on a weekly, monthly, or biweekly basis, that it be checked prior to the event and that we are informed so that we can make further arrangements. Why would city personnel run the risk of putting the residents and business owners in danger by allowing them to congregate in a dark parking lot? We were fortunate that the event went off without any issues other than some stolen toilet paper from the porta potties, but what message is this sending our community to business owners and investors? Mr. Mayor, last time you visited, you did ask the vendors if they would be interested in opening up businesses, brick and mortars within our city. But after last Saturday, why would anyone consider doing so if our city is literally leaving our residents in the dark? It's not fair to us business owners, for taxpayers, for our residents to literally sit in the dark all evening long. As a resident, I ask our city staff to simply just check the equipment regularly on the day prior to the scheduled event and to notify the appropriate parties immediately if there's any issues. Please check the grounds for any other issues such as trash. Unfortunately, there's been issues where there's been human increments being left at the event, which is unfair to our children, unfair to our residents to have to sit around and socialize in an event in a place such as that.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Our next speaker is Perlene Jones, followed by David Moya, followed by Harry Hatch, followed by Richard Rodriguez. Ms. Jones,
Hi, my
welcome.
name is Perlene Jones. I was here last month, I think the early about October 4th. I came in here and I discussed the situation of the homeless. Like I said, I've been here since August 3rd, and I'm almost 70 years old. I find the city is lacking in services for homeless people. There's no water in the parks, there's no bathrooms, there's nowhere to charge your phones. You can't even take a shower in the city without having a piece of ID. Most homeless people don't have ID. I've been having a problem since August trying to obtain ID so I can get services, get a room, or take a shower somewhere. I have been storing my things that I bought since arriving here at the U-Haul storage facility. In August, I got locked in that facility for over a half an hour. That is hot in that storage facility at the U-Haul. They don't have, while I was locked in there, I didn't have anywhere to charge my phone, so my phone almost went down. But the problem I have is that U-Haul doesn't have emergency exits. I find it amazing that a business is open that doesn't have emergency exits or a place for somebody to leave in case of emergency. In case of a fire, I thought all businesses was required to have emergency exits or some form of way for people to get out of those buildings in case they're locked in. I find the services here for people with disabilities really lacking. One of your clerks gave me a card October 4th, and I still have not heard from anybody as far as getting some kind of services. I would love to take a bath somewhere or a shower. And it's just amazing. I can't get a room. I can't go anywhere. I just find the situation a horrible situation, and nobody's contacted me in over a month. So somebody please let us know, because you can't get water, nowhere to charge your phone. No, it's just amazing. How can people live in a city like this, especially when there's so many homeless? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, David Moya, followed by Harry Hatch, followed by Richard Rodriguez, William Giles, and Ms. Negrete. Mr. Moya?
Mr. Maya, it's David Maya. It's and I'm
My
president.
apologies, I couldn't read you right.
Not a problem. Mayor and the council, I want to let you know that I support this administration. The work that you guys do, I know, is thankless sometimes, and I know that sometimes your decisions that you make are tough ones. So I thank you for your services. I thank you. I hope that citizens can understand what you're going through, not what you're going through, but what the position that you're in. That being said, I'm also here in opposition to the TAD building again. And I understand that you guys had a meeting prior to this one. I'm not sure what the outcome was. But we're going on months here of nobody making decisions on the building, and I'm hearing one story on one end of the spectrum and another on the other. So I'm not sure where we're standing on that, Mayor, and I have a problem with that only because I don't know, either we're going to stand on the side of the contractor who's building it, or we're going to stand on the side of the community of the people that live in that area. We don't want it. I think we've made that perfectly clear to you guys. So that being said, I'm going to ask one thing of all of you members, voting members, is that I don't know. I understand that you're going to be doing some road work on the Little Mountain Drive here shortly. I don't know whether that has anything to do with the study of what that traffic is, but we've got a real bad traffic problem right now. And it's every night we've got traffic crossing down 27th Little Mountain. There's a backup of traffic, and it's getting really ridiculous. So something hasn't been thought out here. And if we have a building such as this, it's only going to add to the problem. So I'm asking that each one of you take a drive through there and take a look at that problem. And if you're going to allow that building to take place, then you need to address the problem of traffic in that area. One last statement I have to make. It seems to me that everybody's getting a raise in this city, and there's very little getting done. Everybody's sitting, I get complaints constantly from my homeowners, the response time of this police department. I was in touch with the lieutenant for the area of the northern part of the city. I was in contact with her, and she promised me that she would be giving us extra patrols because we were having a trouble with so much break-in and vandalism in our area. I have not seen one. Broken promises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Harry Hatch. Followed by Richard Rodriguez, William Giles, and Ms. Negrete, Paige Miller, Matthew Harold.
Harry Hatch, 3990 Parkside Drive, San Bernardino, resident. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about fireworks. We've been talking about it earlier this evening. You listened to somebody from TNT. He told you there is a storage problem in the state. This is true. We have no storage issue in our city code. It's not there. You have never addressed it. It needs to be addressed because you cannot store fireworks in residential areas. What happens when you take the stuff home and you don't use them? You're storing them. It's in a residential area. It is illegal. We're allowing it to occur. We can't do that. Okay. Enough for fireworks. 5 fires in 2 weeks, North End. Every one of them, I am of the opinion, was arson. I have one on camera blowing up the old water fire, on camera, blowing up above me. I see it, I watch it, it goes off. The fire department did an excellent job in containing these. However, we still don't report arsons the way it should be done. We don't investigate arsons the way it should be done. We need to do that, and it has to be a coordinated effort between the police department and the fire department. And it's not that they can't do it together, it's just they don't have the resources to do it. You're spending them in the wrong places. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Wasn't planning on speaking today, but I've heard all about this Court Street Fair Food Fest and putting the blame on employees. I even heard sabotage and all this stuff. Well, it's vandalism. It has nothing to do with sabotage. We've been on this thing on every week since this thing has started. Anything that has to be done has been fixed. Lighting has been fixed. It's been cleaned up. We go there every Saturday. We open it up, turn the power on. We go back in the afternoon, we turn it off. This Sunday, before the food fest, they had a car show with a trick-or-treating and all that stuff. Sunday night, lights were bright on. So between that Monday and Saturday, vandalism occurred. They broke into the convention center. They broke into the mall. They cut a pipe there at irrigation there at Court Street Square. They hadn't got fixed yet. And they stole the photo cell on top of the electrical panel. Well, we had a guy there. He called me, and I said, check the breakers. And he said, they're on. I could check the photo cell. And he goes, well, there's no photo cell. Okay, then there's nothing we can do. We'll have to fix it Monday morning, which we did, first thing in the morning. We put a Astro clock in there, so now there's no more photo cell, so that it can't be vandalized. But I keep hearing from all these people that, go out there that it was our fault, that, city's to blame, but it's not the city's fault. It's vandalism. It's vandalism all over the place, and we do not control that. The only ones that can control it is the citizens. You are eyes and ears for the police. There's not enough cops. I understand that. But all we can do is fix what's been broken, and that's all we can do. But to sit there and say that it's intentionally done and they had to be out there in the dark, they could have canceled it out and come back the next weekend. But, it's funny. Whoever thinks it was funny. But it's not funny when you start getting the blame for things that are getting vandalized. It's not our fault. It's not the city fault. It's not their fault. It's the people that are out there doing the vandalism. So, I didn't want to come out here and say this, but I heard so much, all these people complaining. And I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. So, I said my piece.
Thank you, sir. William Giles, followed by Esmeralda Negretti, Paige Miller, Matthew Harold, Majid Siraj, Tammy Barnes, Hilda Wentland, Shannon Globman. Mr. Giles, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to be here. I'd rather be home, but I have to come down again. I was at the commission meeting, the planning commission, on this ridiculous thing on this multi-unit up there on E Street, 1903, and you got a variance for it, and I think it's ridiculous. You're putting 6 houses, 2 stories on a lot that's 65 foot wide. My place is next door. Victor's is next door. These people are going to be sitting up there looking down in your backyard. They have to put a 12-foot driveway through it for the police department or for the fire department to get through, and there's no parking. There's no parking on East Street. There's very little parking on Stoddard behind us, and why you're doing it, I have no idea. It's ridiculous to put 6 two-story apartments on a lot that's 65 foot wide, and then you got to get a variance and cut it down from 15 feet from the property line to 7 feet. That's stupid. You ought to learn something in the time here. I've been a resident of this city since 1948, and it's getting worse, and it's getting ridiculous decisions by you people right here, day after day after day. We got a mall that's closed. We got businesses that run away from fees and taxes that we don't need. So I wish somebody would do something, and this thing is a monstrosity that you're trying to stick up there next door to us. And it's 4 of them would be bad enough, but 6 that's ridiculous. Thank you, Mr. Mudville. We appreciate your help.
Thank you, Esmeralda Negretti, Paige Miller, Matthew Harold, Majid Siraj.
Good evening. I want to make sure that everyone knows that I'm not the only one that's opposing the races. And if hopefully those of you who are elected to City Council have read the 5-year plan, you would know that they're not necessary. It was already brought to your attention there's no MOU because they're administrative positions, not classified positions or sworn officer positions. But you can take a look at one of the pages. If you can tell us, the residents, that from 2016 to 2019 you have hired 61 patrol officers, go for it. But until you bring us back our basic services and you hire back what we should have, you have it. I'm more than sure that you have read it. And the following page, if you can tell us again, and I'll read to you what this paragraph is, which all of you should have read it. The city is required by state law to provide animal control services. The best way to serve the community is to have 24-hour animal control service. The additional animal control officers will enhance our ability to provide this critical service after normal business hours. This is there. Provide it. Give us what we need. In addition to that, I want to make sure that this is on the record. You may want to call those town hall meetings. You're not fooling any one of us. They're not town hall meetings. They're platforms for Juan Figueroa for Henry Nickel, for Basine Richard. And given that they're being paid with public funds, I have the invoices of what this is costing us. These are public funds. I do believe that you could be charged with Penal Code 487, grand theft. This is a formal requirement for our city attorney, and I am providing copies of the invoices. Penal Code 487, grand theft. Penal Code 532, theft by false pretense, which this is what it is. You can call it town hall, it's not a town hall. It is a candidate platform. Lastly, but not limited to, Penal Code 503, embezzlement. Let me give you the amount so we have this clear and on the record and everyone else. To Minuteman Press, one of the invoices for the postage mailer was $637. The next one for the robocalls, $97.74. The next one, $84.05. The next one, which is supposed to be for the mailing list for the high propensity voters. Guess what? I'm a high propensity voter. I have several neighbors that are high propensity voters. They never received that so-called town hall mailer. So who are you sending this to? Whoever you want to support your candidates, because we know damn well those are your cronies. That's not it. Okay? Let me tell you, I did say grand theft, right? $709.37, and again, to the Minute Press. Another one,
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
$84.05. Lastly,
Ms. Segurate, your time is up.
don't worry about it. This is being turned into a city attorney.
Your time is up, ma'am.
$79.
You'll have a seat, please. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Paige Miller.
135.
by Kim Noss, Matthew Harold, Paige Miller. Please go ahead. Welcome.
Hi. Paige Miller. Number 12, I support a yes vote to establish the Animal Services Department and approve the position of Director of Animal Services. This has been a long time coming. Thank you to all of the community members and the nonprofits. Let's get this across the finish line. And when you're looking for that director, again, reach out to the nonprofits. Look closely at that person, whether they can handle not only the fiscal responsibilities, the employees, the nonprofits. That's what is going to make this a success. So when you're looking and have that request for proposal for that position, please reach out and be inclusive in that. Number 13, I support a ban on all fireworks. For years, it has been north of 30th, safe and sane was not okay, and south of 30th, safe and sane was okay. Let me tell you, safe and sane, illegal, it's across the board. And what that has done is it's divided the city. There should be no above 30th and below 30th. We're one city. So please send a unified message. It is not okay. It is not okay to have it a month before, whether they're safe and sane or illegal, and it's across this entire city. It looks like a war zone, to be honest with you. So a message is sent. We need to send a message, a unified city message. We need to encourage public celebration done by the professionals. You want to include your families, take them to have the professionals. Support that. Lastly, I do support the men and women of the police department, supported Chief Guan, Chief McBride. This is to do with the business and the fiscal aspect of these two items. Number 10, Hillard and Heinz, SBPD assessment of operations, a firm out of Chicago. Like to have a conversation tonight, in your conversation, what is the end game here? Is it to justify a decision? Is it to micromanage a department? Is it to lay out a game plan for your future chiefs? Is it to a preemptive strike for a consent decree? What, in being transparent, what is the end result game plan that you hope to achieve by having this outside firm from Chicago? And to that end, number 18, updating or rather increasing the basic compensation for acting chief and acting assistant chief. When you hire somebody to lead a department with 20, 30 years on, and you're hiring them at $150,000, $200,000, $250,000, it is a reasonable expectation to have that person be able to assess the needs and tell you what they need, how to manage their department, where the bodies are, balance the budget, formulate a vision, and execute it. That is what you are paying a professional, not a trainee. You got a paid professional, so not to have competing bosses here, there needs to be a discussion on 10 and 18 tonight. Thank you. I hope you include some of those questions.
Thank you very much. Kim Noss. Kim Noss. Followed by Matthew Harold, Majid Siraj, Tommy Barnes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. And I first want to start with Terry. Thank you. Big kudos to you. I just heard that you declined the raise, and I think that is so commendable. So I personally want to just say thank you. That is awesome. I'm Kimberly Knaus. I'm the founder of the Verdamont Revitalization Project. I also help with the SB Food Fest, which has been an absolute privilege. It's been really exciting to bring some more life to our downtown area. It's a little food festival, but since its inception, we've brought hundreds of people to our downtown. Whereas we have residents that want to leave the city to go to Victoria Gardens and downtown Riverside, downtown Redlands, and wherever else, we now have people coming back to our downtown, which is really, really cool. And the great thing about it is it's people from surrounding cities and also, surprisingly, even other countries. Last week, we hosted some people from Australia that were visiting the States, and of all the places that they could have went, they were at SB Food Fest in our downtown. So I think that's pretty awesome. I have to say, though, it was very embarrassing to sit in a dark parking lot. And the gentleman that came up to speak, putting it on the residents, I think, is not cool. We're not putting it on the city. We are all in this together. We don't volunteer tirelessly our time, our energy, our resources for kudos, for pats on the back, but to help our city rise. It's not about a us against you or you against us. We want to be united, and we want us to rise together. So I thank all the city staff that helps. I think he's a gentleman that actually comes and unlocks the gate. I thank you for your work and for your efforts in working for our city. But please, don't put this on the residents. We are trying. We are volunteering. We don't get paid for what we do. We are trying to help our city rise. We stand behind our city. We support you. And we just want you guys to support us too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Matthew Harold, followed by Majid Siraj, Tammy Barnes, and Hilda Wetland. Welcome.
Hey. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, thank you very much for your time. My name is Matthew Harold. I'm a board member with one of the currently licensed or awarded licensed cannabis companies in your city. I'm here to speak about your illegal cannabis dispensaries that you're dealing with right now. Currently in this city, there's one thing that we can agree on, even if we disagree whether or not we like cannabis or we want to hear anything else, that there is a tremendous demand for it in the city. It's a demand that will keep up 40 to 50 illegal businesses that make anywhere between $3,000 and $10,000 a day at what they do here. On top of that, it supports another, I would say, in excess of 100 different other businesses here that do anything from manufacturing to other types of things in this illicit black market in cannabis. This market exists only because of this demand, and this demand is not filled by the current licensed, tested, legal market that we have out there. In this city, if you want to drive out these black market cities, you're going to have these black market corporations that are out there. These guys come in, they set up, they get ran out and raided, and they're back in 2 to 3 days, the same location, the same people pushing new employees. There's no fear of it because they know the money's there. If you come through and you push more licenses into this city, more retail licenses, put the demand on them, put the high tax rates on them that you want to do, put the higher enforcement costs behind it. If you take the funds that you're going to get from that and you put it into the law enforcement to go out and hammer these black marketplaces, not only will you fill the demand with licensed stores that will produce tax revenue for this city, but then you will drive out the black market by eliminating that demand. And that's the best way to do this. In the end, those stores, those 50, 60, however many licenses you choose to give out, will dwindle down to the best of the best through competition. The cream will rise to the top, and you'll have the best of. You'll develop more jobs, you'll put more construction into this town, and you'll be able to turn over through zoning, the simplest way. You'll be able to decide where these people go. If you want to build new places in this town, tell them that the only place they can build their marijuana pot shop is on a place that, on some dry lot somewhere where you want a new building, because I guarantee you they'll show up with millions of dollars and they'll build it. That's what we do. And so just to let you know, I hear a city here that's basically, they need more money. All of these problems and everything you're dealing with more tax revenue, will deal with that problem. And what we're here to tell you is that we can bring you that tax revenue. Our businesses are going to develop a tremendous amount of money in this city. And that's tax revenue for your city. If you put it in the right direction, put that money towards the right resources, and allow us the licenses to come in and build this legitimate operation, you will benefit from it. I guarantee it. Look at cities like Desert Hot Springs, cities like Palm Springs. They're legitimately organizing this licensed entity out here and making a tremendous amount of money on it. So, and I understand that there is moral issues and everything with it, but understand, it's here, it's legal, the taxes are waiting for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time,
Our next
everybody.
speaker is Majid
Guys, have a great night.
Siraj, followed by Tammy Barnes, followed by Hilda Wetland, Shannon Cloudman, Victor Guerrero, John Schollenberger. Majid Siraj, Tammy Barnes, Hilda Wetland. Hilda, welcome.
That's it? I guess I'm not. Well, I wasn't going to speak, but I want to thank you, Mayor, for the time you gave me. Is there someone before me? No? I want to thank you for the time you gave me and what you said, bring it up to you. And I want to bring it up to you. I wasn't going to speak, but the man that spoke about the city and what happened on Saturday, the cavalier attitude that, well, they could have changed the event. Well, it was vandalism somewhere between Monday and Saturday. I would like to ask the residents, who has a party for Saturday planned with the best talent? Imagine 4, 5, 6, 7 groups that were professional. People should have paid to see these groups. And instead, they come to San Bernardino to do their art and to do their crafts for free. Now, the count, Mr. Moville, was somewhere between 450 and 500 on Saturday. So who has a party planned for Saturday and actually thinks that between Monday and Friday and Saturday there could be some vandalism? Why didn't we check on Friday? If he is in charge, and this is the cavalier attitude, that somewhere between Monday and Saturday that happened, the event was a premium event. This is the city of San Bernardino. Everyone complains. Well, I don't complain. I like to join. We are the change. They're making a difference. They're bringing people downtown. Actually, families say Saturday night, let's go downtown. Let's get to the bouncy house and let the people get tired there. Every event charges $3 and $4 for the bouncy house. We don't get that. The kids can run up there. There are groups up there. This is a great event, and it's being done privately because it's not being done by the city. The city cannot do it. That's okay. Then don't hinder. On Friday, make sure the lights are on. And the cavalier attitude just gave me a chill that was happening. You know, they could have canceled. Thank you, Mr. Moville, for going. Thank you, Sandra, for always going. And Mr. Sanchez, this is in your ward, sir. When somebody's doing my job, I just show up. I'm sorry to put you on blast, but this is your ward. You're supposed to show up and shake your constituents' hands. Somebody's doing the entire work. Just show up. Just show up. You know, tiny little request. This is not me. This is to you. This is not to the mayor. This is not to the council. The mayor, good job on bringing the Chinese in here. What you did was pretty good. That bringing the heads of every airline, I got chills at the airport. I don't know what you did, but it was good work. The Chinese airlines visiting San Bernardino was good work. I don't care where that leads, it's a start. And you had billionaires in this city. And that I won't take away from you. But Mr. Ojeda, show up. Don't let Mr. Ojeda do your job.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wetland. Shannon Goldman. Sharon Goldman, welcome. Victor Guerrero, John Schollenberger, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm here because I seen the San Bernardino Mall, the Carousel Mall, vacant for years. And, okay, I'm going to get emotional. My heart weeps for everybody here. You guys are arguing about the wrong things. There's so many people suffering, and there's homeless people out there. And you guys just need to, I want to start a program that helps people. And I want that building to be the centerpiece, and that's all I have to say. And
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comment. Victor Guerrero, Mr. Guerrero, followed by John Schollenberger, Gertrude Friedel, and Cora Mayer. Mr. Guerrero, welcome.
Hello, I'm here to speak on this number 15, a 6-unit multifamily development permit. That was already turned down in July by the Planning Commission. They want to put 6 apartment buildings right next door to my house, right next door to Mr. Bill right there. He lives right behind me. We don't want nobody looking down on us. Just like he said, they're 2-story apartment buildings with 1 parking space per unit. Where are they going to park at? Bill just said, I didn't know there's no parking on East Street. They're going to be parked right in front of my house. Where does that trash that people bring go on my lawn? Where is my trash cans going to go? Because I'm literally right next to that empty building, to that empty lot. When Burtec comes to pick up the trash, they're going to be parked right in front of my yard. Where am I going to put my cans at? You know, not to mention the trash, the filth, the rats, everything else that comes with it. You know, we don't want it. If you put 2 single-family homes there, that's more than enough. That's the whole block from 30th Street all the way to 36th Street on Stoddard Avenue, where I live at. There's no apartments there, single-family homes. Everybody there from 34th to 35th Street that I know, we all own those homes. They're not renters, we are buyers. I bought my house in 1995. I envision living there. If something comes up right there, you put apartment buildings there, I don't know where I'm going. More than likely I'll sell and I'll get the hell out of this city. So the street is so small. 3 cars can only go through there. The fire department runs through there. He's got a foot on one side and a foot on the other side. You know, pay attention. Because we don't want it. I'm here to speak against it. My neighbor was here to speak against it. We got people who should have been here. There's a lot of Mexicans there that don't speak English there. But please, please, turn that down. We don't need it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is John Schollenberger, followed by Gertrude Friedel and Cora Mayer, Christopher Kim. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a couple things. Just kind of echo some of the sentiment that was given to you by the community as far as increasing pay within the police department. Well, before I do it, I have a different perspective on the topic. If the resources that we really need are on the ground, okay. What I mean by that is if we're going to increase funding within the department, I think at this particular time, it needs to be in patrolling. I can tell you as a block captain, I have quite a challenge on my hands in Campo Santo, what our group does, with the parade of dinglings that come through our neighborhood in the middle of the night. And we really depend on our police department to come out when we need them. And they're strapped because we have to prioritize the calls, you know. So I just wanted to talk to you at that perspective as far as, you know, if there's more funding that's going to be going, it should be for that purpose. And secondly, I wanted to recognize some people here in the community, and they're consistent in coming to the council and bringing their opinion, and that's Luis Ojeda and Treasurer Ortiz and Mr. and Mrs. Brown, and even Robert Porter, who I haven't seen for a while. I appreciate these people because they're what make the community. Yes, maybe the delivery of the message may be a little hard, but their heart is for the community. They have a passion, and they just want to see good things for San Bernardino. And I don't think, you know, it kind of irritates me because I hear through the grapevine that they're, especially with Treasurer, she's criticized for that. And I really, you know, you're going to face criticism. You guys face it all the time. We all do. But if their hearts are in the right place, it's because they want to see good things for our city. So I hope people take that into consideration. And Terry, kudos to you for not taking that increase also. That's commendable. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Gertrude Friedel, Cora Mayer, Christopher Kim, and Paul Sanborn. Ms. Friedel, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for moving to this facility. And this is a public thank you to the fire department. I live in the north end of San Bernardino, and I've gone through 2 terrifying nights watching the flames. I really appreciate their efforts, and I want that on the record. I also want to speak to the fact that Chief McBride, Acting Chief McBride, has been working on behalf of Inland Congregations United for Change, and I will say this more loudly than Pastor Ward. There is a program in San Bernardino called Violence Intervention Project, or Violence Intervention Program, VIP. I have heard a nasty rumor to the effect that the funding may not be sought to increase and keep this program. It's been effective in Oakland, it's been effective in Stockton, it is beginning to be effective here. If we save 1 life per year by talking with the less than 1% of those who have been identified as possible perpetrators or victims, we have saved a human life. I don't understand why at this point in the history of the program it would not be funded more fully. You, the City Council, have approved this program. The police department is working in this program. It has begun a service that we desperately need to lower the rate of gun violence in this city. Please look at the national record for the Violence Intervention Program, and please put your money where it will do some good. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Cora Meyer, Christopher Kim, and Paul Sanborn. Cora, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First of all, I'd like to have you think back to the events of the last 2 weeks or so. We had a tremendous wind event in our city that was followed by fires, evacuations, and power outages. So many families had to leave their homes in the middle of the night. They had to open rectories and schools and shelters for them. I'm bringing this up because of your vote to annex more property in North San Bernardino. That there is no infrastructure there. There are no roads, no fire hydrants, nothing to protect them. Right now, the elementary schools are a traffic nightmare only then. And the school district computer program was hacked. They couldn't even evacuate the kids if they wanted to last week. They had no communication. If this subject comes up again, please do not proceed with this. This city does not have the money, does not have funds to go forward. You fellows, some of your constituents lost their homes. How could you even vote for this or consider it? Secondly, I'd like to connect this to item number 13, fireworks. Today, they're not fireworks. It is, someone else said, it is a war zone. When an old person like me wakes up at 2 in the morning with your windows rattling because of an explosion, not fireworks, that should not happen, and it's going on all year round. Last year was the worst year for fireworks I have ever experienced in the city in the last 30 years. It was terrible. Our animals, our veterans, my heart bleeds for them. Please do not go forward with this. Your spectacular show over at the stadium was outstanding. Let's do that in 2 or 3 different venues in a safe way, promote families and safety. and start penalizing. Let's penalize these people who are doing this illegally. We are going to encourage more fires and extenuating things that are coming from this. Please do not go forward with that, and please do not go forward with the annexation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, welcome.
Good evening. A gentleman prior spoke of looking for city-owned properties. I've been looking for properties with San Bernardino since over a year ago. I still don't know who's in charge. Usually, in any other cities, I call the city manager and they'll tell me who's in charge of that, and I get a printout of what's available. I still don't know who. Never got a list, nothing. In the past, I have gotten lists, successfully bought some, not many, but successfully bought some, developed some, and also ended up selling some. So it comes from experience. I still don't know who's in charge in San Bernardino, period. So I don't even know who to call to get a list. And number two, homeless people and the animals, I feel sorry for them. All comes down to money. San Bernardino doesn't have any money. Cathedral City budget went from $1.9 million to $7.5 million in 1 year. Palm Springs, $4.5 million since 2017. Desert Hot Springs, their cultivation, they're building a whole, like a little city. They're expecting over $10 million each year in revenue. San Bernardino, everybody talks about cannabis. I see a haze in everybody's eyes that no one wants to talk about it. City and all the legitimate applicants have lost over tens of millions of dollars for the last over a year, waiting for license to come through. So, I don't know who's recommending this illegitimate, fraudulent applicant's license to go through, and some staff are recommending for removal of locations and all that. I don't know what's going on, but the real applicants who's been behind this the real applicants, the legitimate applicants, we have lost millions waiting for the city to grant us licenses. It's not fair. It's really not fair. And I'm angry. I'm sorry, city's poor, no money. But at the same time, we're angry that we lost so much money waiting for the city to do something about it. So do something about it. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker and final speaker for tonight, and we'll take a 10-minute recess after Mr. Sanborn. Mr. Sanborn, give us some hope and inspiration.
Yeah, I will. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Tonight, before I get started here, John Garrity, he used to work down here for many years. I would like to get a hold of one of his children. I've got some stuff that used to belong to him. Him and my dad were good friends. Anyhow, November is the American Patriotism Month. You all got the 2-page deal up there, and you're probably trying to figure out what that's all about. The man traveled the world, just unbelievable. Anyhow, Eli Elliott Palmer, for what it's worth, believe it or not, he lived right here in San Bernardino. The address you see on top, he later moved down to 640 East Linwood. My mother took care of that man, along with the daughter, for roughly about 1.5 to 2 years before he passed in 1977. Anyhow, Eli Palmer was an ambassador. He was an ambassador to Afghanistan, Pakistan, Jerusalem, and he served from 1943 all the way to Johnson. He went through 8 presidents. I think without a doubt that's got to be a record. Henry Nickel, I want to talk to you about that track thing up there. See, you wasn't around. I've been around here forever almost. 1955, the fire started in Running Springs, went all the way across that mountain. It did not stop till it got to Cahoon Pass. Go look it up. History repeats itself. January the 2nd in 1980, up there where the KO camp is and all that stuff and everything, the city had every piece of equipment that they owned up there trying to stop the flood, the boulders and all that stuff. That's why at Cal State you see the big flood canal that comes through there. That track thing that you guys are wanting to build up there, you need to look at that a little bit harder. Anyhow, thank you and have a good day.
Okay, that concludes, thank you, Mr. Sanborn. That concludes our public comments. Been about an hour and 40 minutes. We'll take a 10-minute break and come back. All right, good evening. We're back, and we're calling all council members, please, to return to the dais, please. Council members, if they would join us as we head to our staff reports. We're asking members to please return to their desk. All right, thank you. Thank you. And public, if you would please take a seat and join us for this remainder of the meeting. All right, item number 9, Ms. Ledoux.
Interim Chief McBride is going to give the presentation on the illegal marijuana dispensary enforcement.
Good evening, Mayor and Common Council. There is no presentation. This is a receive and file item, but I'm willing to answer any questions that you may have regarding the illegal cannabis operations. Okay, I'll go over the report. So the department has been going out and identifying illegal cannabis operations and administering administrative citations to those locations. As a result, we've had several locations close voluntarily as a result of those ACPs. We are monitoring those that don't, and we are looking for further enforcement operations against those that are not complying. We're still going through the process of ACP hearings. We've had several hearings for those administrative citations, and we've had some results from those, but we're also waiting on results from other hearings from the hearing officer. We're continuing to meet and confer with our law enforcement partners from the state and other agencies, along with the district attorney's office, on how to further investigate and potentially prosecute. Thus far, there's a lack of willingness to prosecute criminally cannabis operations in the county. However, we have engaged the DA's office about the potential for pursuing criminal investigations or prosecution in the future. I've also engaged an assembly member asking if they could potentially meet with us and look at some potential legislation down the line that may allow law enforcement, not only in San Bernardino but across the state, to better be able to prosecute and go after these illegal operations.
Very good. Councilman Mulvihill.
Thank you. Chief, I guess as you know, I've been asking for this for several months to get this a report, because I've got a lot of feedback, because there are these illegal cannabis operations that exist, and a lot of people think, you know, nothing's happening. Is anything being done about this? And of course, in the background, it just takes a while. You got the ACPs that you hand out, which are essentially tickets which have to go through a very relatively long process, but I think we might be able to expedite it in the future. Yes?
That would have to defer to the city prosecutor on that, because there is an element of due process, whether it's a civil abatement or criminal. There is an element of due process that they're entitled to, and they also have a right to a speedy trial in cases of criminal prosecution, but there's also an opportunity for them to present a case and so forth and so on. So
I guess what I'm trying to make is that, you know, these are illegal operations, and it kind of like it's sticking a finger in your eye that these illegal operations, the city has worked on for quite some time now, legal cannabis operation, and there was a number of people making statements today about the illegal cannabis operations that exist out there. So there's a great deal of concern, and I'm pleased to hear that there have been some illegal operations closed down. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more. So thank you.
Welcome. Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, my question is similar to Councilmember Mulvihill. I think the frustration that I get from constituents and businesses is the perception, not necessarily the reality, that quote unquote, well, it doesn't appear you're doing anything. Well, we are doing a lot, actually. Unfortunately, a lot of that work that we're doing, it takes time before we start to realize results. And we're just getting to the point where the law is catching up with the industry, and the proliferation of these operations so that we can actually have some teeth that allow us to enforce. But I think what might be helpful, and maybe we might consider something along these lines, but I know I check weed maps to see where these things are popping up every so often. Wouldn't it be nice to have maybe something like a Project Roundup that shows where we're actually starting to address this? I don't know if that's public. I assume if we're issuing ACPs, those are public information. But I think having some mechanism where the public can be assured that, yes, we are in fact addressing this. It is taking some time, and perhaps shaming and identifying some of these locations so that the operators understand, look, we're coming after you, and we're serious, and we are going to shut you down. And if you're a property owner that leases to these folks, we're probably going to shame you too, and it's going to cost you a bucket of money. And I think that message needs to get out loud and clear as soon as possible. But maybe the chief can help us. Is that something we might be able to do in addition to the enforcement we're doing, but really acknowledge to the public that, look, this is something we're taking very seriously. We are addressing it, and there are going to be consequences to those that violate the law.
Yes, we can look at a public information campaign to see how we can identify those locations that we've contacted and the type of enforcement that we've taken.
Council members, anybody from my right? All right, thank you, sir, very much for the, this is a receive and file, and we appreciate it. The next item is number 10, discuss and provide direction on police substations and adopt a resolution authorizing agreement with Hillard to conduct an assessment. Ms. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This report is twofold. First, we had an offer from Macerich, which is the property manager for the Inland Center Mall, to create a police substation. And second, I'm recommending that an organizational assessment of the police department be conducted. And the reason I combine these is I'm suggesting that you do one before the other. The reason I combine them again is because I want council to consider that conducting the assessment first before making any substations on any decisions on substations just in general throughout the entire city. As you recall, earlier this year when you took action to adopt the COPS philosophy to restructure the police department was the first step in implementing this philosophy. At the time, the option to add 5 substations and 5 additional positions for community service officers was not approved due to financial constraints. But more recently, the Inland Center Mall came forward with this very generous offer to include the substation at the mall. They would do tenant improvements for $1 a year, and we would have ongoing costs of about $20,000. Further, the mayor and council are aware many changes have taken place over the past year in the police department. The former chief of police was out on medical leave from January through August and decided to retire this year in August. As such, the assistant chief has been leading in the interim capacity since January of 2019. On the heels of new leadership in the department, this is a good opportunity to perform an assessment in order to provide a new chief with strategic goals and objectives to keep the department moving in a positive direction. Additionally, the outcome of the assessment will ensure that the resources provided to the police department are being utilized in the most efficient manner for public safety for the community. In order to meet the city's goal of improving government operations and providing for safety of residents and businesses, the city must be in a position to employ innovative ways to enhance police operations built upon best practices within the confines of the city's available resources. Police department is the largest department in the city in terms of employees and resources, and public safety is most often listed as the #1 priority of the community. As such, last year, the city released a request for proposal to engage an independent firm with expertise and knowledge in public safety operations to review and evaluate the police department's current operations, including the organizational structure, systems, staffing strategies, and processes. Following the city's procurement process, a panel of representatives from the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, the Police Officers Association, the Police Management Association, and the chief of police conducted a thorough evaluation and assessment of the capacity and qualifications of these firms. After the interview process, Hillard and Hines was unanimously selected by the panel to recommend to the City Council for approval. If approved, the assessment will be completed over the next 3 to 4 month period, including an analysis and evaluation of the department encompassing the following: the mission, purpose, and organizational alignment, organizational structure, staffing and human resources processes, discipline, supervision, risk management, use of community-oriented policing strategies, labor relations, and fiscal discipline. They'll also look at benchmarking and performance measures, ethics, integrity, and public trust, use of force, crime-fighting strategies and tactics of the management of the specialized units, diversity in hiring and promotion, and deployment methods and models, and alternative service delivery approaches. The approach taken by Hilder and Hines in completing the study will include examining the data carefully within the service unit, including citizen-initiated calls for service, department-initiated activities, and administrative activities. They will look closely at geographic and temporal allocation and examine work schedules. Looking at staffing models, they will reflect the community expectations, will permit proactive patrol and investigative strategies. Discussions with people doing the work, staff, interviews, focus groups, and ride-alongs, and discussions with members of the community will also take place. The result of this comprehensive study will be the SBPD Organization Operations Assessment Report that includes key findings, recommendations, and high-level proposed strategies based on feedback from PD review and discussion and feedback. The final report and key findings will be presented to the Mayor and Council. The assessment will play an important role in helping prioritize the quality and resources that were required to address the public safety priorities identified by the Mayor and Council. With that, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Councilman Figueroa.
Thank you. I apologize for me being sick here. If I may take an aside before we actually move forward, just something on a separate issue here. With Veterans Day coming up, I do want to acknowledge we have a couple of veterans that I would like to say thank you to. Sir, I know that you're exhaling up here, but it is genuine, it is sincere. We do appreciate it. Mr. Mulvihill down at the end as well. Anybody else that's in the audience who has served, made sacrifices, we thank you. We greatly appreciate it. So that's all. I won't embarrass you anymore, sir.
I'm not embarrassed at all. Thank you.
But I genuinely thank you, sir, for your service.
Except you're wasting your 5 minutes.
Oh, here we go. We'll get to that a little later. The way I see this item, it's a little, it really should have been two separate topics here because you have the analysis survey. We also have the substation that's being discussed. I look at it as just stalling the efforts of moving forward with the substation. The substations are really unique to each location. It really can't wait for some type of survey assessment cookie cutter thing. So I would really like to take that separately. Somebody asked earlier in public comments what the purpose of this assessment was, and you just mentioned some of them as well. It's an analysis and evaluation, and I've just highlighted a few here. I'm not going to go down the whole list, but it discusses mission, purpose, and organizational alignment, organizational structure, staffing, discipline, supervision, and it goes on down the line. I look at this as, is this not the chief's duties and responsibilities to identify these strategic goals and objectives in conjunction with the council? Is it not the responsibility of the police department management to maximize the resources available to them and use them in the most efficient manner possible? It seems to me the more important need at this time is leadership in the police department and not another consultant. Chief McBride has been doing a great job. I commend him for the great work that he has done. I think what the department needs is a chief of police. It needs leadership. Now, in regards to the substation, I greatly appreciate the Macerich Corporation for the very generous offer that they have provided for $1 a year and approximately $300 worth of improvements. And so I'm very grateful for that. I don't want to see that, I don't want to see us lose that opportunity. So I would like to make a motion
For the purposes of simplicity, would you like to vote on those separately?
You know what, I would really like to vote on
So
this
why don't we do
separately.
this? If your motion is a motion to separate the items, and we can take that, if that's your motion, sir, to separate the items? Would that be your
I'll
motion?
take that as a
I
motion.
would like to separate
Okay,
these.
all right. Is there a
I see
second
them as
to
separate things.
Very good. Is there a second?
I'll second.
If I
All
may, Mayor, there's really nothing to vote on with the substations. You could authorize us to bring that back because we have no funding identified. We don't have a lease agreement. We'd have to bring it back. So you'd be
Well, then I would-
Okay, well, let us be policymakers. The idea is to separate the item because we want to have that discussion and clean and clear direction to our city manager. So if there's a motion, a second to separate the items 1, 2, and 3, and if members would please cast their votes to separate those items so we can have a clean cut on it, I'd appreciate it. Members would cast their votes.
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra?
To separate all three, yes.
Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
I don't.
Okay. Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. And so the item passes 5-1.
Items are now separate.
Separated.
And so, Councilmember Figueroa, you have balance of your time is 2 minutes. What's your pleasure, sir, on item number 1?
I'd like to direct the city manager, this offer with Macerich allows us to establish our first substation at a very minimum cost. They'll pretty much be taking on the entire cost of the tenant improvements. I move that we approve the recommendation of, which is, I guess, number 1 here?
Correct.
Okay. Or it's the item by itself here.
You would just be directing staff to come back.
But what I would like to do is also, instead of it also being manned by a police officer, perhaps a CSO to reduce, no? Okay. Well then, let's have a conversation with the Macerich Corporation to see if they would cover the cost of utilities. How about that?
I want to be clear that with the cost that we estimated was about $20,000 a year for the city to keep these open, and that did not include CSOs. There would not be full-time positions there.
Okay, well,
No.
so your motion is the item number 1, is that right, Mr.
Correct,
Figueroa?
it's item
Very
number
good.
1.
It'll come back before council. Is there a second to that?
I will second that motion.
Very good.
I want to correct myself. I
Yes.
believe it was one-time costs but it wasn't $20,000 a year. That was one-time cost.
Yes.
The ongoing were a little bit less.
It's $4,800, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and then, Ms. City Manager, for clarification, if the council were to provide direction to you to handle this, I mean, that is your prerogative and powers. Do you not have the powers to enact that if they direct you and to, why do we need to see a lease?
Because there's no funding identified for this
Okay.
tonight, and we don't have a lease agreement that you would have to approve.
So it still
we
would
could
have
bring
to come
those
back before the council?
Mhm.
And how soon can we get that back?
For sure by January 15th, if not the next meeting.
So by December 4th
We
or
would
January
have to
15th?
negotiate with.
Mr. Figueroa, let's provide some clear-cut directions to our city manager. When would you like this back, sir?
Mayor, if I may.
Hold on. Mr. Figueroa?
What was the earliest?
I'm recommending January because we will have to work out a lease agreement with the property management company, and that's going to take a
So
little
that'd be
bit.
January 15th?
Let's do it January then.
Very good.
January's good.
Okay, Ms. Ibarra?
Yes, so my question is why only at the Inland Center Mall? I have for months mentioned that even Baseline Shopping Center is considering giving a location to our PD.
This is why I was asking for the assessment to be done, so you could consider substations in general throughout the city. But the mall has provided this very generous offer, which prompted this conversation.
They can't hire their own security.
They currently already have security. This is a police substation that is a storefront entry point to our only shopping mall in the city.
Well, Mayor, with all due respect, I like to wait until we decide on any of these expenses until we see a mid-year budget review.
That's fine, thank you. Councilman Charette?
I echo those thoughts. I have to say, with all due respect to the mall ownership, if I had a mall that I've been there and there are vacancies, and if I had a vacancy, it'd be really wise for me to offer something like this that's not going to cost me much and yet improve my security and therefore giving me police protection virtually free of charge. I agree with my colleague that we shouldn't be doing anything right now with PD until we have the assessment. The assessment is critical, and we'll discuss that separately. So I won't be supporting moving forward with this substation. I think it's critical that we understand that there are costs associated with it. I don't know what the numbers are now. You've said 20,000, then you said not, and then you said it is, and it's $1. I really don't care about that because there are costs associated with it that we're going to be handling with staffing purposes. And we right now, we've heard the people speak. We need boots on the ground in the streets patrolling our streets. We gave up 10 positions in the last year's budget. Actually 17 if you take the 7 that we reclassified, and then you took 10 through attrition and through vacancies. And we need boots on the ground. We do not need more management. And any good organization is going to be looking for an outside set of eyes to take a look to make sure that we're providing best practices. No disparity to any of the current chiefs or previous, but it's always a good idea to have an outside set of eyes. That's what major financial organizations do it. They have an outside auditor that comes in and looks at the operation and looks at what they're doing, and they make a report. And we should welcome that, not work against it. And it is the job of the chief to operate. But there's no reason in the world why he wouldn't want, a chief wouldn't want some additional set of eyes that has no particular bounds and no particular allegiances to groups or people or anything else to come in and say, are we doing this right? The good idea, the good news would be you're doing everything exactly right. Terry, you used the word positive direction. I'm not going to say it's in a negative direction, but I don't know that the city of San Bernardino, the citizens, believe that we're going in a positive direction. I'm not going to make that assessment. I'd like to have somebody, a fresh set of eyes, come out and take a look at us and say, you guys are doing everything perfectly, or you're doing everything wrong, but that's okay. We're here to fix it. You can't fix a problem until you identify it. And people that have been in the department, or a department, not just this department, that have been in the department for 20, 30 years, they get used to doing things. They do things certain ways, and it's hard. Change is hard, but in my view, change is very good. So I don't support this right now. I didn't before, and I won't be supporting it going forward.
Mayor, I found the numbers. It's $4,800 in one-time costs and then an annual cost of $20,000.
So there's an
I said it backwards. Rebecca's correcting me. It's one-time cost of $20,000 and ongoing cost of $4,500.
I'm sorry, page 68, one-time costs are estimated to be approximately $4,800, and ongoing costs for utilities, phone, data are estimated to be $20,000. That's packet page 68, paragraph 3. Councilman Mulvihill.
Along with this, I mean, obviously the Inland Center is going to be getting a lot of benefit out of this. And one of the characteristics that I like about it is the fact that thousands of people go to the mall, and this is going to be a good demonstration that, you know, we do have a community-oriented policing system underway. And, you know, it's good to advertise for San Bernardino and the fact that the PD's out there. So that's one benefit. You know, pending more information on the cost, just exactly. Obviously, the Inland Center is going to be obtaining a great deal out of this, and maybe we could negotiate a little bit more in terms of our ongoing costs for the utilities and so forth. I think that they're going to get a great benefit out of this, having a police substation in their mall, and just providing them us the space. They've got a lot of empty spaces. You know, this is an opportunity for them. So I would encourage you to negotiate the utilities with them and lower that, because I'm concerned about costs. Now, the other point is that this is one substation for our community-oriented policing. It's going to encourage other people with available spaces across the city to volunteer. You know, right now, we don't really have substations. They're all located in the central station. So this will be one example, and again, 1,000 people use it, and they'll start asking, well, why don't we have more across the city, appropriately located? So, number one, there's an advertising cost, an advertising benefit from this, but I think we should ask the mall for a little bit more in terms of those utilities.
We can certainly do that, and I will add that they're investing in the tenant improvements, which were quite a bit as well.
Well, it's an empty space, and they've got other empty spaces too, and this provides them with a write-off, and among other things. And so, and I'm concerned about costs. And obviously, the PD being located there, the people who use the mall are going to see that, and they're going to say, this is a very safe place to be. Not only is it good for San Bernardino, it's good for the Inland Center, and I think we should ask them to maybe chip in a little bit more.
Ms. City Manager says we'll do that. So the opportunity for our community is on this community-oriented policing. The emblems and the expressions of our policing certainly allow for a police substation. I am very, very grateful for the offering of $300,000 to our community. I am very grateful for Macerich Corporation for making the investment in our community, for making the investment in our neighborhoods, for making the opportunity to have that expression of our public safety at our only regional shopping mall here in our community. I think this is a no-brainer, folks. This is a win-win opportunity. We need to embrace it. Certainly we'll negotiate. Certainly we'll get the best deal possible. Already we have a great deal. This great deal can get better, and I will be involved in those negotiations as much as possible. But the bottom line is we already have a great deal. We're going to get a better deal, we hope, and I know that Macerich Corporation is a very, very big, generous person, and we're going to win on this. So let's call for the question. There's a motion and a second.
I want to clarify, because my understanding of what Mr. Figueroa was that the asking the city manager to discuss with Macerich if they would cover the utilities was part of your motion.
Correct.
That
That
correct?
20,000 ongoing
Okay.
cost, negotiate that with them as
And
well.
a second by Councilman
Mr.
Nickel.
Nickel.
So
Members
in
would
order for
please
it to-
cast their
Your
vote.
votes.
One more
votes.
comment, Mayor, before
Yes.
we vote. When you refer to a generous offer would be this person or this business person paying for those officers and for having that office manned, not for us to pay from our budget. That would be a generous offer, in my opinion.
Thank you, Council Member. Let's call for the question. Let's members cast their votes, please.
On item 1, which is review and discuss the police substation, in addition to discussing with Macerich to see if they will cover utilities, the vote is 3-3.
And I will cast a vote to break that tie in favor of it.
And so the item passes.
Yep. All right, very good. And Ms. City Manager, you have direction by January 15th, please. All right, item number 2 on the same item, Ms. City Manager. Or would you like to just have discussion on it, since you've already presented the assessment portion?
Yeah, I've already, if you have
All
any
right, very
questions,
good.
I'm happy.
Members would cast, or if there's a motion, I'll entertain a motion on item number 2.
Motions 2 and 3 would both need to be approved.
Are there discussions on item number 2 and 3, which is approval? The motion on the floor is to approve the assessment. Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, I've received a lot of concern about this. I know this, first of all, when was this RFP released?
This RFQ was
Was
released
RFQ.
about a year ago, actually, and then the former police chief went out on medical leave in January, so the previous city manager put it on hold.
What is the timeline on an RFQ? Does it just continue indefinitely?
I've checked with our procurement, and it's still good.
Okay, how long are they good? I'm just curious.
I don't know, but I assure you that I check with our purchasing
This has
department.
just been,
it's all legal.
this was released under a prior administration, prior city manager, a prior city police chief. We've got a new council, we've got a new city manager, we've got a new police chief. I have some real concerns about this. One of the primary concerns that's been expressed to me is that, we pay a lot for city management, and a lot of this looks like kind of basic city management responsibility. I mean, are we doing assessments of other aspects? I mean, we went through a bankruptcy, we spent, upwards of nearly $30 million assessing city operations. I think we've spent plenty of taxpayer money. to get us back on our feet and get us to an operation. We have a recovery plan. We have a plan of adjustment. I'm getting concerned. We're spending a lot of money on consultants. We're spending a lot of money on I believe, paying good, top quality, top tier talent to be in the city. I think we should really start, looking to ourselves as a council, as a policy-making body, and to our qualified staff to start making decisions that we need to be making as an organization, rather than constantly deferring to consultants and outside organizations that aren't even from this area. I believe this is Chicago. So I have some real concern with this. I can't support it tonight in its form. Again, maybe at some point we can discuss if under the new leadership, under the new management, under this new council, whether or not that RFQ really meets the scope of what it is we think we need to do that we can't do ourselves. But I just don't see it in this particular procurement, so I'll be voting no tonight.
Would you like to make a substitute motion to deny the request for the funds necessary for that assessment?
Well, I definitely can't support. We have a motion on the floor, correct?
So this would be a substitute motion. I'll make that motion.
I'll go ahead and support that motion.
I can't remember. I spoke too quickly.
Deny the transfer of funds?
So deny the funding to...
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so just to deny it, and yeah, I'm okay with denying it.
All right, members, this is a substitute motion, and this is a vote to deny funding made by Councilman Sanchez with a second by Councilman Nickel. Discussion on that matter on the substitute motion. It's open. Floor is open.
Got a question.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Yeah, there's been a lot of questions brought up about the number of supervisory personnel in the PD as opposed to boots on the ground. And this is what we need to look at. This is why, it exists today. And there's a certain inertia in terms of management that, how do you get an objective view of individuals who've come up within the ranks themselves? And so there's a good argument to be made that an objective source to evaluate, and not just supervisory personnel, but the whole talking about the community-oriented policing, that whole system that we're implementing, and assess how it's working. Are we going the right direction? And so I think that the assessment will provide us with not just that information, but as you look at, there's a lot of other questions that they'll be able to analyze. And they're a good group to carry that out. So I'll be supporting the assessment and voting against this motion. Thank you.
Okay, members,
Mayor?
Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes, so on this, items 2 and 3, the items that I had questions on, I need to find out if this justifies anything that you're looking into. I don't know if it's just because of the response times or not as we were hoping for, the money that PD has. What justifies needing an assessment?
This is absolutely no reflection on the police department. Interim Chief McBride has done a wonderful job. As we're looking forward to this tax measure that may be coming up, this potential tax measure, I think we owe it to our community to make sure that we're spending our resources as wisely as possible. The police department is over 60% of our budget.
Okay, and then the other item I saw, and you can probably correct me, on page 71, under the conclusion part, it's different online here, but when we're authorizing Director of Finance to move money from a special deposits fund, which is in PD, I assume, into the city managers, you know where I stand on us shifting money from one account to another on this one. This is why
Let me explain. This money came in as a result of a lawsuit that we won, so it went into a deposit account. That's where it has been. In order to spend it, it's got to be appropriated, and only you are authorized to appropriate the funding. That's why you would have to do that.
Okay, and that money can only be used on contractors, or could we apply this for substations, for example?
It's general fund money. It was won through a lawsuit for asset forfeiture. Just one-time funding.
Okay, and then I want to make sure that all my questions were answered on this one. because I've been on a ride-along with our PD. I know how they are working back-to-back on calls, and sometimes they do take a while to get there. I personally don't think it's fiscally responsible for us to hire a contractor to tell us already what we know, especially those of us who've gone on a ride-along. And Chief McBride, you know, he keeps us apprised of what's going on too. So I personally think this is a waste of money.
All right, members, let's wrap up. Councilman Mulvihill.
And I think that somebody just brought up the fact that Measure Z, we're going to be going out, we're going to be presenting to the public. And having done an assessment simply reinforces the fact that we've gone the extra mile in terms of establishing that we want a well-managed and efficiently run organization. And so it can't be anything but a positive move to have this assessment. Thank you.
Very good. There's a substitute on the floor, and if members would please cast their votes on the substitute motion to deny funding. Members would cast their votes, please.
And the motion that is in front of you on your screens is the one that we're asking for. Okay, on the substitute motion, it was made by Mr. Sanchez, seconded by Mr. Nickel, and it...
No, we haven't voted on this.
I have you down.
It's to deny funding.
Okay.
It's to deny the funding. Is everybody voted?
Members would cast their votes on the substitute motion.
The item passes 4-2.
To deny funding.
To deny funding with Council Members Charette and Mulvihill voting.
So noted. Moving on to item number 11, rules of decorum on city council meetings to set forth time. And this is a matter requested by Councilman Sanchez. Councilman?
The people here elected us to speak our minds and have robust discourse on the issues facing the city. I voted initially to limit ourselves to 5 minutes, and I am ready to admit that I made a mistake in that, and that's why I brought this back up, and I'm hoping that the council members can understand, like I do, that we can only truly vet out the entire issue and all the nuances of the many tasks at hand if we have robust conversation that isn't limited to 5 minutes a council member. So I'm asking the council members to vote to rescind that 5-minute rule.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember?
I too voted for the time limits earlier in the year. As everybody knows, I don't even use my 5 minutes. The only thing I have requested publicly and on other occasions is that I am to be allowed to speak when I try to get your attention. That's the only concern I have, that whether if we're going to have a robust conversation, that we have it, that we don't cut each other off, kind of like the last meeting as well. If I have questions to a contractor, if I have questions to city staff, I want to be able to ask those questions publicly for the audience at home watching to also listen in. So I'll be voting to remove the time limits.
Councilman Juan Figueroa.
Thank you. This is a bit frustrating for me because currently we're dealing with, I have, there's kids going to school almost getting hit by trucks. We have a church that's been broken into 3 times in just a few months. We're dealing with homeless issues. We're dealing with public safety issues. We're dealing with all kinds of issues in the city, and this seems to be a priority of the city council at this time. We're using staff time. We're using resources to discuss time limits when we really should be focusing our time and efforts on dealing with real important, difficult issues in the city and moving forward. We have development that needs to take place, and this is what we're spending our time on. I'm okay with eliminating it if we start at 5 o'clock to make up to give extra time on the other end. But there's already something in the resolution that allows us to waive for a specific item. That there's a waiver of limit. We can vote on a specific agenda item that allows us to waive the time limit. We already have the power to do that. And so I'm willing to hear other thoughts, other ideas as far as how we handle this situation. I'm also open to saying, let's have a banked amount of time where it's 20 minutes per agenda item and not limit the actual speaker. If the speaker wants to speak for 15 and just allow 5 minutes remaining for the rest of the council members, that's fine too. So, I'm willing to hear some of the other suggestions as well, but I think we should be focusing on other things.
Councilman Charette.
If you've got such serious issues that need to be dealt with, we shouldn't have even been dealing with this. I agree with that. And if you want to start at 5 o'clock, I'm all supportive of that. And I'll support that, but we were elected to have robust discussion here, and you're talking about important issues that we should have plenty of time to discuss on, and it might take you 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes to make your point, and 4 or 5 more across the way, and I may have used my 5 minutes, but because of something you've said, I might want to come back and be able to. Now you want to waste more time voting to allow more time, or you want to, this makes absolutely no sense. We were elected by the people of the city of San Bernardino in our respective wards to do their business and to do it whether it takes 5 minutes or 65 minutes or 3 hours. As far as the timing of the meetings are concerned, I agree. We should have never gone to this 5:30 start and a 7 o'clock meeting. And I'll go back with that in a heartbeat to 3 o'clock closed session and 4:30 starting time. I'm all for that. But I didn't support it then, and I don't think the public supports us being shut down on our discussion. I do think that we can be cognizant of the time for everybody's sake and try to get our point across as quickly as we can, but I don't like anyone telling me, and I don't think my constituents like anyone telling their representative that I can only talk for 5 minutes. So I will support starting at 3. I'd love to see that happen.
That's not the item. Please speak to the item. All right. Thank you, Councilman Charette. Councilman Mulvihill, do you have something?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to repeat what Councilman Charette just said. We represent slightly over 30,000 people. I mean, we're not up here by ourselves. Each one of us have 30,000 people, and we need to represent what the opinions of that population happens to be. And I doubt if I ever take up all the 5 minutes. I've got 4 minutes, 40 seconds left now. Just to say that, in fact, yeah, we shouldn't have a limit to 5 minutes. Sometimes we get into very complex discussions and substitute motions come up and et cetera and so forth. So I'm going to support the removal of the 5-minute limit. Thank you.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, I think the bottom line here is just to ensure that we maintain decorum as a body, that we're moving through these items appropriately with an appropriate level of debate and discussion. I think the concern I have, and I don't think that we necessarily will, fall victim to too much filibustering, but I think that was sort of the problem we had in the past. I think we've addressed a lot of that. I know we had a workshop weekend before last, and I think we've started to address some of those mechanisms by which we can police ourselves. So I'm not too concerned about a time limit, but I think we do need to police ourselves. I think the public deserves a city council that conducts its business in an appropriate manner with an appropriate level of debate and discussion. But filibustering and going on and arguing points ad nauseum is not what we're elected to do. So I would just encourage my colleagues, let's respect each other, let's respect the job that we're elected to do, let's practice decorum, and let's respect the time of our staff that have to be here. I certainly will be happy to call questions. I'll be happy to raise motions to limit debate. I think all of us should become adept at doing what we need to do to regulate the debate in a way that keeps the business moving forward. So I'll go ahead and support the item, but we still need to ensure we conduct the people's business in an expeditious manner.
Very good. If members would cast their votes.
The motion was made by Mr. Sanchez, and it was seconded by Mr. Charette. And I'm just waiting for one vote. Thank you. On item 11, the vote is 5-1 with Mr. Figueroa voting no.
Okay, very good. Moving on to item number 12, establishment of animal services. Ms. Ledoux?
Rebecca Kramer is going to give this report. As you recall, you directed us in September to come back with a program to create an animal control department.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council and the public. The item before you this evening is the establishment of the classification and approval of job description for the Director of Animal Services, establishing the Animal Services Department, and amending the fiscal year 1920 adopted budget accordingly. As directed by the Mayor and Council on September the 18th, we have brought these items back before you. The additional items that you had directed us to consider on the 18th included the shelter assessment, as well as the issuing of bids for facility repairs. Those items will be brought back on December the 4th. So specifically, in order to move forward with the transfer of the animal control program operations from the police department to a separate animal services department, this is going to require a phased approach. The first step in the process, of course, will be to establish a director-level position to oversee program operations. We had completed a survey of existing similar positions in other cities, as well as a comparison of the city's existing classification system, looking at the level of responsibility, education, and experience. The recommended salary range was established based on this analysis. We are recommending that the position be established at range 630. And to stay within the existing operational budget, staff recommend replacing 3 vacant positions with the Animal Services Director, and adding additional funding for part-time personnel to provide additional animal care and customer service support services. So following the establishment of the Director of Animal Services classification, the City Manager will initiate a recruitment. Upon the appointment of the Director of Animal Services, the Animal Control Program operations will be transferred from the Police Department to the newly established department. While the majority of the animal control services will be transferred with the establishment of the new department, we do want to make you aware that for calls for services that will remain within police dispatch until we can work out the specifics as to staffing and the infrastructure that would need to be added to separate that from police dispatch. So with that summary, I'd certainly welcome any questions that you have regarding the actions that you're being asked to consider this evening.
Very good. We'll start with council members on the to the right. Councilman Sanchez, Councilman Barra.
I'd like to wait.
Councilman Barra.
Okay. The big question here is, when is PD going to be relieved of those duties? So that's the main issue right now that I'm seeing. And my other question is, our Lieutenant McComber, for example, acting Assistant Chief Green, are they part of the budgeted amount under animal control, or they're just under PD?
Yeah, they're in the PD. As Rebecca told you, as soon as we recruit for this position and fill it, we can separate it out from the police department. So it'd probably take, I would imagine, a couple months, 2 or 3 months.
Thank you.
Councilmember Figueroa, Charette.
I just
Anybody?
move to approve the staff recommendation.
Move to approve the staff recommendation. Is there a second?
No.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Councilman Charette.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the item. I'm not sure exactly how this works, but 3-1, we give up 3 vacancies for 1 person. We're bringing someone in as a director. I know, heaven knows, we've got a real problem with this, and I don't think PD should be responsible for the animal control. Absolutely not. But I've got to believe that there's somebody out there that we can, okay, so let's hire all directors and make them all directors, and let's add more departments and more departments. And I just can't. I can't support it. I don't know where the money's coming from, and I frankly don't care where the money's coming from on this one. We don't have to make everybody in this place a director. And I guess if you're going to have a department, you've got to have a director. Well, I've worked in companies where you have a department and you have a department manager. But somehow in the public sector, a manager is one thing and a director is something else. And we need to go back, Henry, well, we just left, and start looking at what we started to talk about, the corporate paradigm. And we cannot go equally private sector compared to public sector. It doesn't equate. But we can start operating that way, and we don't have to operate like all public entities operate now. We just don't. And until we start taking a look and start operating like a profit-making company, which we can't be, but we start spending and we start expecting people to do things the way they do it in the private sector, we're not going to get out of bankruptcy. We are on the road to, I don't think we'll be in bankruptcy. I think we're on the road to insolvency, fiscal insolvency, which could lead to disincorporation. I don't think that's around the corner, but the rate we're going right now, that's on the horizon, somewhere down in the future. If we don't stop and take stock at what we're doing, we're being penny wise and pound foolish in so many ways. And after we become penny wise and pound foolish, then we tend to put good money after bad to correct some of the problems that we shouldn't have made in the first place. So I'm very, very concerned about the direction that this city is going right now, and I can't support this.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Mulvihill.
Yeah.
Anything?
I think, just to make it brief, I think what Councilman Sherrod is getting at, what we're going to be paying for this director, with benefits, the lower end is $161,000 and the upper end is $191,000 for a director of an animal shelter. A manager would come in a little bit less than $100,000, and I'm not quite sure what the benefits would be. But I think it's just outrageous that we'd have a director, $161,000 to $191,000 in a situation that we are. We've got to have some fiscal, discipline. And so what I would suggest is, rather than hiring a director, is hiring somebody, a manager who is attached to another. I'm not quite sure what other department that would be. If you want to make it that way, only government operates this way. Oh, we've got to do it this way. We do it until we're out of money. Corporations, and presumably we're trying to operate this city as a business. Well, again, just because it's been done this way in the past, or somebody comes up with an idea that, oh, it should be another department, we should have a director, this is just too much to pay. I guess directors make, in this line, then make them a manager. And put it under another department if that's what you want. This is going to operate pretty much independently. I'm not quite sure what department you want to put in Public Works, Parks and Rec. I'm not quite sure. But the point is, this is just too much money.
Thank you, Councilman. The staff report does allude to some cost savings. Maybe, Ms. Kramer, you can point to the cost savings and allay the fears of some that have insolvency on our
I'm not worried about insolvency. It's just the amount of money.
Ms. Kramer.
So I do want to tell you that none of our existing departments have the capacity to take this on, and certainly not with a middle management level position to be able to fully run this program. And, we should note that with the adjustments that we are recommending, there will be no cost increase, so that we will be staying within the adopted budget. With the elimination of the vacant positions that we currently have in place, that still leaves about $17,000 in savings, which we had recommended that we put into part-time salaries to provide additional supplemental support services. Certainly, if the council wanted to reduce the budget, they could certainly do that instead of moving those funds into your part-time salaries. But again, we are not making any recommendation to increase the adopted operating budget. This would be within the confines of the budget that you've already adopted.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is that right? Motion by the floor?
Motion by Mr. Figueroa, a second by Mr. Nickel to approve this.
Members would cast their vote. Oh, Councilman Sanchez.
Yes, I'd like to know when we're getting the assessment back from, or when we're getting back those requests for bids on the shelter. When are we getting those back?
We'll be bringing back that report on December the 4th.
I'd like to move to table this item to the December 4th meeting, to continue the item to December 4th council meeting.
Members, discussion, but he'll vote no then. Okay. All right. Well, that makes a lot of sense, Fred, but okay. There's a motion and a second by Mr. Charette, and there's discussion on it to move to continue the item to December 4th. Is there discussion points? And
Please push your buttons.
yes, this is a move to continue. We can take care of business tonight, folks. Why delay? Cruelty to animals. This is what our council has been longing for, and it seems like we're going to wait another 30 days. Okay.
And Mr. Mulvihill?
If the clerk would please read the motion, and Councilman Nichols just entered back into the room.
The motion made by Mr. Sanchez, seconded by Mr. Charette, was to continue this item to December 4th. And the item is 3-3.
Okay, we're going to deal with business tonight. We're going to take care of business. The item is before you. The floor motion is by Councilman Nickel, Councilman Figueroa. Members would cast their vote on the floor motion, please.
Be for the floor motion. And that was made by Mr. Figueroa and seconded by Mr. Nickel.
No.
No, you can push your buttons. That's why I made you wait. Mr. Sanchez.
No.
Ms. Ibarra.
This is for item 12 or 13?
It's item 12, and it's the floor motion to approve.
To wait until the December 4th?
No, we've already had that vote. This is for the establish the position.
I can't vote. No.
I'm sorry, that was a no?
No.
Mr. Figueroa.
Yes.
Mr. Charette. Mr. Nickel.
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill.
Voting no simply because of the costs.
And the item fails. It's 4-3.
4-3, I will veto it, and I'll veto. I can.
Leaves it status quo.
In essence, no, I do have the powers to veto a 4-3, but it's a motion anyway, and it's a 2.
What is it?
Council member, or
It was.
it's not 4-3, it's a 4-2.
It's 4-2. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
it's a 4-2 vote to
Against.
not fund it.
Right.
Right.
Against this position.
And I have the authority to veto it. The city attorney?
The city clerk would send this item to you. There's a process for you to
Okay.
actually go through the veto.
I'll do it
You don't take-
administratively.
You don't take the veto from the
Floor.
dais.
Very good.
And she'll send that to you, and
Very
we'll make
good.
sure it complies
Thank
with
you.
the rules.
Item number 13, let's move on. Item number 13, actually it's, hold on. Item number 13, fireworks permitting and penalties for firework violations. Ms. City Manager.
Interim Chief McBride and Captain Brian Pellis will give this report.
Good evening, Mayor and Common Council again. The council directed city staff to come back with an ordinance raising the penalties, civil penalties for illegal fireworks. And so Captain Pellets prepared that report, so I'll defer to Captain Pellets to go over that item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. In July of 2019, you directed the City Manager to conduct an assessment of penalties for fireworks violations of other cities in the region, in addition to the County of San Bernardino, to assess whether the penalty structure in the City of San Bernardino is comparable. I conducted that assessment. The survey included the County of San Bernardino, all 23 cities incorporated in the County of San Bernardino, as well as the City of Riverside. Based on that assessment, we determined that our existing penalties on the criminal side are on par with our counterpart agencies throughout the region. However, when it comes to the administrative civil penalties involving fireworks violations, we are well below some other cities in the region. So as presented to you in the staff report, I'd like to go over just very briefly what the differences were based on our assessment of similar cities in the region. In terms of dangerous fireworks, those are anything other than those deemed safe and sane under the state health and safety code. The cities of Fontana and Grand Terrace impose the highest penalties for those dangerous fireworks. Those administrative penalties involve $2,500 in fines for the first offense, $5,000 for the second offense within the same year, and $10,000 for any third or subsequent offense within that same year. In terms of safe and sane fireworks, the City of Montclair imposes the highest penalties in the region at $1,000 for the first violation, $2,500 for the second violation within 36 months, and $5,000 for the third or subsequent violation within that same 36-month period. Comparative to that, the City of San Bernardino has a flat rate of a $1,000 fine for an administrative civil penalties violation for any offense, whether it's the first, second, or third in any given time frame. As a result, the recommendation before you today is to amend the city's municipal code, or to bring back that item with an ordinance and a resolution to amend the municipal code to adopt those higher penalties as recommended in the staff report. This will require amendment of at least 3 sections of the municipal code, including 8.60.150B, which addresses safe and sane fireworks, 8.61.030B, which addresses dangerous fireworks, and 9.93.020E, which sets a cap for civil penalties throughout the municipal code. In addition to this, the Legislative Review Committee, which addressed this same staff report in September, recommended that a new section of the municipal code be added that would permit a $250 reward for any information that leads to the successful criminal or civil prosecution.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to move this item.
Okay, move the floor motion. Is that your?
Yes,
Second.
move the floor motion.
Is there a second? Okay, Councilman Charette.
Just for the public's interest, I think there were a number of people that were sitting in the audience concerned. I know most of them are gone, but so anyone that might still be listening, just so they understand, we are not voting to eliminate the safe and sane fireworks tonight as we currently allow them in the city. This is only about the fines for using safe and sane illegally or using illegal fireworks, correct?
That was the recommendation of council in July, and the direction was to assess the penalties. There is, obviously, it's up to the council to decide if any adjustments other than penalties want to be made, including the abolition of fireworks or the continuance of having fireworks legally in the city.
That's not what this item is really calling for, though.
Correct.
It's really just talking about the penalties.
That's correct.
And so I wanted the audience and the public to understand that we are not voting to eliminate safe and sane fireworks.
That is not what the recommendation is. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, council members from my right, Councilman Figueroa, sir.
I disagree a little bit. I think that we do have an opportunity to at least address the issue, the nuisance, that fireworks create throughout our city. Are there Well, first of all, why are fireworks banned north of the 210 freeway?
Close to the foothills.
Okay. It's an easy question. It's not a trick question or anything like that. Are there any sales of fireworks north of the 210? Why not?
Because they're banned.
Again, I think that the answer I can give you is because it's part of the banned area, and we don't want to sell fireworks in an area where they're prohibited to be used.
Okay. Are there any areas south of the 210 that fireworks are banned or prohibited?
Yes, there's a certain area around Paris Hill Park, that mountainous area, where there's a banned section. In fact, if you review the backup material, there's a map contained in the municipal code that actually outlines the areas where fireworks are banned in the city.
Okay. I did a quick, just a Google map search or look. You can do measurements on there as well. The longest distance from the foothills of the mountains to the 210 freeway, it's approximately 2.5 to 3 miles, and the shortest distance is about 1.25 miles. My concern is if the risk of fireworks near the 210 freeway poses a risk to the foothills that are 2 miles away, wouldn't then there also be a risk near Paris Hill Park? And shouldn't then there be a restriction of fireworks with that same amount of distance surrounding Paris Hill Park as well?
I don't know that the police department would be best equipped to answer that question about fire hazards. That would be probably a question best served by the fire department, but it's
Okay.
it's what the ordinance has been for a long time.
Okay. And then south of the 10 freeway, I mean, it's often forgotten, but it goes down as far as getting really close to Ritchie Canyon. There's a lot of hills in that area, too, that will quickly light up as well. I would like to consider also south of the 10 freeway as being a potential high fire area as well. You know, for so long, I'm sorry, I'm still trying to get over this cold here. I know, God, I'm so sick right now. You know, there's this separation of the 210 freeway, where if you're north of the 210, there's this band. If you're south of the 210, it somehow feels as though your home, your property, your quality of life isn't as valued as that of north of the 210. I'm sure we don't need a physics lesson here to know that wood burns, and we don't need a general contractor to come in to tell us that most homes were made out of wood. So if there's going to be a ban to protect the home's quality of life or property, whatever, of north of the 210, then it should apply equally. There should be a ban across the city. We need to take this serious. I've also seen it said that, well, there's a revenue loss. Well, then, you know, the way you make up for that is by enforcing it. I completely support the penalties. Let's go after them. It's easier to identify if you ban all of them. So that's my only thing. I think there should be a complete prohibition of fireworks, a ban of fireworks.
All right, Councilman Charette.
Well, I guess I have to go through my annual speech about this for my colleague, Mr. Figueroa, who wasn't here during the last time. I was adamantly against fireworks for a very long time, and it finally came to my attention that the Safe and Sane fireworks we're shooting ourselves in the foot by not having them available to our nonprofits. We impact their fundraising capabilities. Nobody, PD, fire, nobody could give me empirical evidence that Safe and Sane fireworks start fires or blow fingers off or hurt people. I asked and asked and asked, and I could never get that from anybody. So what we do by eliminating them is we impact our nonprofits that are counting on these things. We impact the revenue that we get of somewhere around $60,000 to $70,000 a year that go directly towards the enforcement of the illegal fireworks, which are all over the valley. You're all invited, I've said this before, you're all invited to the deck of my house that looks over the whole valley, and you can see them from here to Palm Springs. And if you go out back far enough, you can look up to Cal State, they're everywhere, and it's got nothing to do with safe and sane. They're explosions, and they're in the air, and they're very, very difficult to track down and arrest people for. I mean, we've tried it, and we continue to try it. We gear up. But so now, by eliminating it, we'll give up that roughly $60,000, $70,000 that goes directly to overtime for helping, because getting rid of safe and sane, fine, go ahead. I won't support it, but go ahead, get rid of them. You'll impact everybody, and now we'll have to take the $60,000 or $70,000 out of the reserve or the general fund in order to do that, because you're going to still have the same kind of enforcement issues with the illegal fireworks. It's not safe and sane. It's the illegal ones, and they're all over the state. They're all over the valley. They're in Riverside. They're in San Bernardino. They're in Palm Springs. They're in Colton. They're up at Cal State. They're everywhere, and banning the safe and sane is not going to eliminate that.
So I move to approve the
210 as well.
Okay, hold on. Councilman Mulvihill?
Yes. I think I'd asked before, now, when a person is shooting off the illegal fireworks, the ones go up in the air, the ones go boom, an APC is written for them, a ticket?
That's one possibility. If we catch that person in the act, we have a variety of options, including criminal penalties.
I think last 4th of July, Chief McBride, you had said that there was a dozen or so people that were arrested, or 40 or so people, I can't remember what the number was, that actually were designated, found that had be using illegal fireworks. Is that correct?
There were a number of people arrested.
Now, I guess I'd asked, out of those people who were arrested for that, what was the punishment that was given them? I'd asked that in the agenda briefing. Did anybody collect that data? Somebody was going to collect that data for me. We haven't yet. Okay. See, the issue is, I mean, you could raise the penalty to $10,000, but the point is, when it goes in front of the judge or the hearing officer, they'll just, somebody will say, oh, we don't have that kind of money. They'll forgive the whole thing, or they'll knock it down. So the point is that keeping the level as it is now is probably as effective as raising it to some prohibitive price, because we don't know what, in fact, the hearing officer actually penalizes the individual. And my understanding is that the hearing officer can put it down to nothing. Not much more than a slap in the hand. So that's what I have to say. And I would like to have that information. What happens to the individuals that we do have? I'd like to have that. Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember Barra.
I'm actually all in favor of the prohibition, actually, citywide. Our representatives north of the 210, they mentioned the foothills, but we also have to realize that we have been in a drought. Not everybody waters their lawns, and we also have overgrown weeds all over the city. So those are all potential hazards throughout the whole city, not just north of the 210. I know somebody earlier mentioned we should be as one city, not just north of the 210 and south of the 210. So if we can add a total prohibition, unfortunately, I was made aware also that some of the nonprofits, I'm not sure who vets them, but there are some that are not valid nonprofits. They don't have an active status with the IRS, and whichever department is accepting their applications, that they should be double checking that they are valid nonprofits. I believe that he's not here right now, but Mr. Hatch, he found that there was 5 that were not legal nonprofits.
If that's a motion, I will second it for full ban.
I believe we have a motion on the floor. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Hold on, folks. Let's, Ms. City Attorney, we are deviating from the agendized item. We have a lot of crosstalk here. Can you provide some legal counsel as to what we're voting on and what are the matters here before us? It doesn't include a complete ban. That's a different topic. So how can you help us be more focused in our deliberations here tonight.
Yeah, and I would just like to clarify that my motion is to accept the recommendation that's stated on page, let's see, on my agenda packet, it's page 113. I'm not sure what it is on the other packet, but it states here that as staff recommends, and then there are 4 bullet points assessing both the penalties for illegal use of safe and sane and regarding dangerous fireworks, along with amending our municipal code and adding a section of the municipal code for the creation of a fund. So that is the context of my motion.
Okay, is there a second to that?
It was seconded by Ms. Ibarra.
Okay. All right, we're voting on
Mr.
that
Figueroa.
matter alone.
Mr. Figueroa, I'm
Ms.
sorry.
City Attorney, can you provide some guidance and counsel? That is the motion, that is what staff, and that's the agenda item.
Yes.
And so we're voting on that alone.
That
If
alone.
members would like to bring some other matter before the council, there's an
They can
opportune
ask it to
time
be
for that.
agendized. Correct.
And and there's an opportune time for that, and members can avail themselves of that opportunity at the appropriate time. Right now, we're voting on these two on this item here, as mentioned by Councilman Nickel, with a second by Councilman Ibarra. Members would please cast your votes.
Clarify, it was actually by Mr. Figueroa.
Very good.
Seconded.
Okay, all right.
Then I will second.
All right, the item second by
Was it, okay.
I will
Councilman
second.
Thank you.
And this is for the staff recommendation on the fine, the increases.
Very good. If members would please cast your votes.
Excuse me. Yep. Let's do a voice vote on that.
Yes.
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 Mr. Figueroa. Mr. Charette. Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill. The item passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to our public hearings portion, I want to encourage all of our community members, if there's an item, let's just show a hand on item number 14. This is a public hearing on annexation number 1 to Community Facilities District 2019-1 Maintenance Services. Is there any member of the audience who wishes to address the City Council on this item? Okay, very good. This is a hearing date, November 4th, 2019. The subject is annexation proceedings. The public hearing is to consider annexation proceedings and elections for the City of San Bernardino, Community Facilities District number 2019-1, annexation number 1. The public meeting is now open, and the time of our hearing began is at 10:44 p.m. Are there any disclosures from council members? Seeing none and hearing none, Madam City Clerk, do you have proof of publication that the notices as required by law have been given?
Yes.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, and other documents?
Yes.
Are there any written communications on the matter?
No.
Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you tonight is the public hearing for CFD number 2019-1, annexation number 1. Amanda Duncan is our real property manager. She will be giving you the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The developer JEC Enterprises Incorporated has requested the city to assist them in annexing territory into CFD number 2019-1 to cover the costs associated with the maintenance of public improvements. The area proposed with annexation number 1 includes all property within tract number 17329. This proposed development is to include the new construction of a 55.76 acres of vacant residential property. The proposed maximum annual tax of $473 per residential unit will be included in the CFD number 2019-1 as tax zone 2. The maximum annual tax is proposed to escalate at the greater of the Consumer Price Index CPI, or 2%. The services which may be funded with the proceeds of the special tax include all costs basically maintaining, servicing, cleaning, repairing, and or replacing landscape areas in public street right-of-way, public landscapes, parks, open spaces, and other similar landscaped areas officially dedicated for public use, street sweeping, and pavement management, street lighting, and traffic signal maintenance, graffiti removal and abatement, flood and storm protection services, and the abatement and the operation of the storm drainage systems. In addition to the cost of the foregoing services, proceeds of the special tax may be expended to pay administrative expenses and for the collection of reserve funds. Sorry. So the financial or fiscal impact, it is anticipated that the build out for the total special tax revenues to pay for the maintenance costs will be approximately $34,984. All costs associated with the annexation is borne by the developer, and there's no fiscal impact to the city's general fund. Okay. Apologize about that. The recommended action, City Council initiate the annexation of territory to City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District Number 2019-1, CFD Number 2019-1, by taking the following actions: holding a public hearing, adopt a resolution calling the election, hold a special landowner election and canvass the election, adopt a resolution declaring the results of special landowner election, and, upon approval of the preceding resolutions, introduce an ordinance amending ordinance number MC 1522 and levying and apporting the special tax into CFD number 2019-1, and also schedule the final reading and adoption of the amended ordinance for December 4th, 2019.
All right, thank you. Does that conclude staff's remarks? Okay.
Yes.
We will now receive comment from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Please submit your speaker slip at this time to the City Clerk. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone in the audience who has not spoken that would like to speak to this item? Going once, going twice? Okay, we'll go ahead. Would City staff like to make any further comments? None? Okay.
No further comments.
We'll go ahead and entertain a motion by Councilmember Mulvihill, second by Councilmember Charette. We'll go ahead.
Call the question.
We'll call the question. Madam City Clerk? Did you hit your button, Mr. Mulvihill? Thank you. And second by Mr. Charette.
On item 14, the motion was made by Mr. Mulvihill, seconded by Mr. Charette. Excuse me, and it passes 5-1 with Ms. Ibarra voting no.
Okay, I believe, have we, Madam City Clerk, I failed to ask, have we received any written protests in regard? None, okay, I apologize for that. 0. Okay, well, we declare this hearing closed, the time being, what time is it now? Let's see, we're 10 to, is it 10 to 11 already? Oh, my goodness. Okay, 10 minutes to 11. Okay. The resolution that we have just adopted calls for elections within the property to be annexed in CFD number 2019-1 to approve such annexation and to authorize the levy of special tax in accordance with the rate and method of apportionment to provide certain services within such property, which is to be held at this time by the city clerk. I guess we have to count ballots.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2019-1, and the election is now closed. Fastest election ever. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for CFD number 2019-1.
Okay, I will now read my portion of the script here. Having received a certificate of the city clerk certifying the results of the election, I would entertain a motion to approve a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring election results for Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, Annexation number 1. I will now entertain a motion.
Move.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Mulvihill, second by Mr. Charette. Is there any further discussion? If not, please vote by voice vote.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra.
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa.
Yes.
Mr. Charette. Mr. Nichol.
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill. The item passes unanimously.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. All right. Now, I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only an ordinance amending ordinance number MC-1522 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2019 to 2020 to pay the annual costs of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti, streets, street sweeping, parks, and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with respect to the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District Number 2019-1 Maintenance Services. I will now entertain a motion to that effect. I need a motion. Motion by Mr. Mulvihill.
Second.
Second by, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Second by Mr. Sanchez. Is there any further discussion on that matter? Please vote at this time by voice vote.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra.
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa.
Yes.
Mr. Charette. Mr. Nichol.
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill. Yes. The item passes 6-0.
I think we're done with that item now, right? Did we do everything?
Would you like to hear the results of the
Sure.
election?
Why not?
There were 23 votes cast by the single homeowner, and they were all yes.
It's good to hear. All right, we'll go ahead and move to item 15, appeal of 19-03, a six-unit multifamily development permit type P 18-09 and variance 19-03 located at 3459 North E Street. The recommendation is to adopt resolution number 2019-316 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, granting appeal 19-03 of the Planning Commission's denial, thereby approving development permit type P 18-09 and variance 19-03. I am opening the public hearing at this time. I believe it is 11:53? 10:53, excuse me, 10:53. Could I get a staff report on this item?
Yes, good evening, council members. Travis Martin from our department will be doing the presentation for you this evening.
Thank you, Oliver, and thank you, council members and mayor. As noted this evening, the item in front of you is Appeal 19-03. It's for development permit type P 1809 and variance 1903. The development request in front of you this evening is a 6-unit multifamily residential development. As was noted, the property's address is located at 3459 North E Street. This property is in the residential medium multifamily zoning district, as well as the transit district overlay. The proposal in front of you this evening is represented by this rendering here. This would be the E Street frontage of the property, but as designed, both frontages would be similar to this in nature. Specific about the project would consist of 6 two-story, 2-bedroom units, approximately 23 feet in height, which is comparable to the existing multifamily and single-family development surrounding the property. Each unit would be just under 1,000 square feet in size, with approximately 200 square feet of private open space between a balcony and a patio. The project as well includes attached one-car garages for each unit, and 2 guest spaces that meeting the requirement for parking established by the transit overlay. The 3 specific requests in front of you along with the application are as follows. The first is for a density bonus. The site as it is, the size of the site currently would allow for the development by right of 5 units on the property. The applicant has requested, pursuant to Section 1904-030-2D2 of our development code, request to increase the density of the site up to the maximum 15%. That's pursuant to the amenities bonus provision. This would allow the property to develop 6 units on the site. Additionally, there is a side yard setback reduction from the 15-foot required for the buildings to a maximum of 7 feet. This request is due to the design of the site. It is a rather narrow site, as was noted earlier this evening. In order to make fire access on the property, to provide access for emergency services, refuse services, the buildings have to be situated over to the side of one of the property in order to create a sufficient drive aisle. That did require a reduction in the setback. Additionally, the open space for the individual units, the private open space required per code would require approximately 245 square feet. The applicant has designed the site, as I noted, to provide for 200 square feet of private open space between a patio on the ground level and a balcony on the upper level. They're requesting to take the additional space required and put it into a common open space within the interior courtyard on the property. As was noted, the subject site outlined in black there is located in the multifamily zoning district. It is located directly fronting E Street, but it is a through lot, so it also has a frontage along Stoddard. These are some existing photos of the site. This is looking from E Street, standing looking east, just through the site. And the same image looking west from the opposite end of the site, looking towards E Street. Yes?
That all you have is single-family dwellings in proximity to the development? Owner-occupied too as well?
I would clarify, if I may. Immediately adjacent to the site, there are single-family dwellings, both in the single-family zoning district and the multifamily zoning district along E Street. Immediately across the street and along E Street, several properties to the south, there are existing multifamily developments as well.
But just adjacent to where the apartment's going to be, it's single-family?
Immediately adjacent, yes.
Thank you.
I have another question, if I may.
Yes.
So it was apartments prior to this being a vacant lot? Or it was just two
I
properties
don't
brought
have
into
the
one?
record of what was on the property previously.
How about this? Let's let
to my
staff
experience,
members.
it has been vacant.
Let's let staff finish their presentation, then we'll open it up for questions. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. So as noted, this is the typical overview of the property with the E Street frontage along the left-hand side, the Stoddard frontage along the right-hand side. It's a little small because it's such a long site, but I do want to make note, the frontage along E Street is reduced because it is in the transit overlay. There is now a maximum setback, so the buildings are required to be pushed up to the street. They are sitting at that maximum setback. The frontage along Stoddard, because it does abut some single-family residential and does abut some single-family residential zoning, we did have the applicant design it to push that building back further to be more compatible with the typical 25-foot front yard setback of the single-family residences. And then you can note the interior courtyard has been enlarged because of the transfer of the open space, and you have refuse and guest parking also located adjacent to the courtyard in the middle with the drive aisle along the northern side. The setback reduction, just to be so that we are clear, as I mentioned before, it is just on one side of the property because the buildings do have to be pushed lower on the site in order to provide that sufficient aisle for fire access. Sorry, it is not sure what happened. All right, thank you.
Yes, Travis, the last slide is your recommendation.
Yes, so just to be clear, from the action from the Planning Commission, this did move forward to the Commission for review because it is a Type P development permit that went to the meeting in July. The recommendation at that time was for approval, and there was a motion made for approval. However, that motion failed to gain a majority, so it ultimately failed, denying the item. The applicant subsequently appealed it, which has brought us forward this evening. Our recommendation this evening, as noted originally, is still for approval of the project, specifically granting of the appeal to upholding the appeal to grant the approval of the development permit.
So an affirmative vote, council members would approve this project?
Yes.
Very good.
That's the motion this evening.
All right, council members to my right, anybody? Council members to my right. Council member
I'd like to
Martin.
make a motion to uphold.
Council
I'd like to make a motion to uphold the. What was that?
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny the appeal.
And then we know earlier we had two residents, two homeowners in that area opposing it. And from the pictures that I see what they were talking about. My concern is the narrowness of the area of the property. And I also want to follow suit with the Planning Commission and vote no, unless they want to bring down from six units to maybe 5 or 4 to allow for that spacing. I'll be seconding his motion, yeah.
Okay, council members, this is it's an empty lot. We have no other applicants. The applicant is here joining us tonight. We need development in our community. We need to send a signal of strength to community, these infill lots. This is an infill lot. This is an opportunity to build a great feature product on this.
Can we bring the developer up for some questions?
Hold on, you're out of order. The opportunity before us is that we have, we're at a crossroads. And if we are growth and development, and if we do abide by those precepts that we need development in our community, this is a good opportunity for us to begin that. Rooftops, RENA numbers, all of those should influence your decision here tonight. This is a good product. I encourage your council members to really reconsider this here. This is a good item. We need to support development. Council members, anybody who wishes to opine? Councilman Mulvihill.
I would like to
Hold
see
on.
developers, Mayor.
Ms. Sabari, you're out of order, ma'am. Just wait till you're recognized. Mr. Mulvihill.
This is an appeal in my ward, and so the first, I think, is the fact that the residents who appeared here, and not just them, but on this side of the street and on Stoddard, it's all single family. They're long-term residents, they're homeowners occupied, and what this would do with 2 stories, as they mentioned, overlooking their properties, and on the south side, obviously, be blocking their view of the mountains in the background. But in addition to that, there's other development projects that could go in here. Rather than having 2-story, 6, I mean, they're maxing out on in fact, they're going over the maximum density. They're asking for a density bonus. They could build 5 1-story apartments, or they could build 2 duplexes on this lot. But by building 6, as indicated, the fire access makes it very cramped. They don't have but 1 parking space per unit, which means that, in a normal family, married couple, especially if you have children, you've got more than 1 car, and those are going to go out in the street. And as believe Mr. Guerrero mentioned, where's he going to put his trash? I mean, there's got all kinds of issues. It's not just the fact that this development, what's being proposed, but there's alternatives to it. A lower density, single story, providing more space for parking. And again, I'm just thinking about the long-term single-family homeowners that are located just adjacent to this property. And again, on Stoddard, they're all single-family, and on the East Street side, they're all single-family as well. Thank you.
Councilman Figueroa.
Yeah, thank you. We're constantly hearing we need growth, we need housing, and then I look at this location. It's an empty lot that's been sitting there. I don't know how long it's been sitting vacant. We have somebody that's interested in putting in some homes for people, and we're constantly hearing that we need homes. And as far as the parking situation, I mean, isn't this what SBX was kind of sold to us for? That this is what SBX was for. So this is why we're developing these type of homes. That was the whole purpose of this is what SBX is going to do, folks. We need homes. We're constantly hearing that we need homes. It's an empty, vacant lot. Let's move forward with it. It's progress.
Mayor, point of order, Mayor. If I can have the developers please come to the front.
Good evening, Frank Williams.
Mr. Williams, allow me, please, just a minute. Ms. Ibarra, your questions, please.
Thank you, gentlemen, for wanting to build in our city. We appreciate it. However, is there a reason you chose 6 units and not less, 5 or 4? The reason I have these concerns, besides what has been voiced, is we also have a crime-free housing program that we're not fully enforcing. And usually that happens with units with 4 or more. So my question is to you, why 6 and not 5 or 4?
Well, I would like to first address, Mr. Mulville's, we actually purchased the property, so we're actually been in your community, in your ward for more than a year now. Also to address the issue is that the Planning Commission staff did warrant an approval, so they actually submitted this as an approved project. The consensus was voting it down, okay? Also, there was concerns about the number of multifamily units, which there's directly multifamily units across the way and adjacent to the same tenant across the way on the other side. Within 2 minutes of walking this particular lot, there's 8 multifamily, single-family residents for sale that are currently vacant. Most of them have constructions prior to 1964, 1954, 1950, 1929, and you could actually use Zillow to look that up and verify it for yourself right here tonight. Now, my name is Frank Williams, and we have a small family-run business. We're not big-time behemoth developers. I brought my team. We have our architect, we have our contractor. We're all part of the same team, same partners, same small business owners that are excited to come to San Bernardino for multiple reasons. One, because we see the immense demand for new and efficient housing. And one of the biggest challenges that we see is the time it takes to get things done. Now, we're here because we are excited to be a partner with, and a good partner with, the city of San Bernardino, and somebody that's willing to bring capital. In other words, this is not leveraged capital, this is our own cold hard cash capital. So we're not, running around leveraging other assets to come in. This is actual money that we're bringing in to develop brand new housing and efficient housing. Most of those multifamily and tenant properties that are for rent in that immediate walking distance of this lot do not have air conditioning, do not have covered trash can containers, do not have assigned parkings, do not have a designated carport with 2 additional guest spaces as we have in this particular project. Most of those projects and areas in the immediate area have only street parking, and some of the parking that's being done and allowed right now is allowing people to park on the grass. And of course, some of these areas do have vehicles that don't even have proper registration that are being permitted to park on the street. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring a brand new efficient housing, and it does have access waive with the fire department, as our architect has the experience with his multifamily experience to make sure that it's safe and it is rendered prudent. And again, I have to reference back to the planning department approving this project. It just didn't get the consensus, and that's why we're appealing it, because we're really excited about being part of the community here in the city of San Bernardino. So I think what it really comes down to is do you want efficient, brand new housing from a small family run business that wants to come in here and deploy our capital? And this is the first of many projects that we foresee.
Can you be managing the property?
Yes, this is a property management company that is my daughter, who I'm very proud. I have 3 of my 5 children in our family business. So my daughter Sandra is highly educated, did her undergrad at the University of Laverne. She did her master's at the University of Southampton. She runs all of our different companies and entities, and one of them is our firsthand property management company. So our property management company is again, family-run, family-node, where everybody knows who the tenants are and everybody knows who our people are. So this is not like you would not call up if you were a tenant and we wouldn't know who you were. We lend money. So we do private and alternative lending. We provide access to capital that people do not have access to. We're celebrating our 10th year as Capital Direct Funding. This is part of Williams Capital Partners. So this is our team. We have DAC Properties, who's the current deal, but it's actually J2 Architecture, which is Mr. Jesse Carrillo, standing as our architect behind here. Many, many years of experience. And then, of course, we have Edward Eastless, who's been a number of years in general contracting. I've been in the real estate and finance development and finance lending, starting my career going all the way back to 1990. So we are, and also an advocate for housing and about creating wealth through home ownership. And that's one of the reasons why we're bringing our experience to the city of San Bernardino, because not only are we going to come here and be building this particular project, we're also bringing our experience to the community, because we see that there's a number of properties that are just poorly managed and that need somebody with experience to come in, at least be in help.
Okay, once again, the main question I asked is why 6 and not 5?
A lot of it has to do with the economics and the cost
Mayor,
of construction.
if I may bring a point of order to your hearing, this is an appeal hearing. We have to abide by due process rules. The way an appeal hearing would work is that the staff report was provided, the applicant would be given a short period of time to speak, the applicant would then sit down, and if the council then had questions, they would write them down, and we could ask the applicant to come back up. Some of the questions that council members may have might be more appropriately answered by staff, because there are provisions in the municipal code which would govern that response. So I'd like to just make sure we get some order to this hearing. This is an official appeal hearing, and we would normally conduct them in accordance with the rules. So my recommendation is that you ask your colleagues for questions. We'll take them down. We'll see if our staff can answer them. And then if we can't, we'll defer them. But to have a council member in an adjudicative decision, you guys are sitting as judges right now because you have a variance. A variance is a quasi-adjudicative decision. This is not how you feel or what you think. This is very much regulated by your code. So my recommendation would be that you, like judges, would ask questions. Staff would attempt to answer them. If they cannot, then they would defer to the applicant.
Comments still remain. So, Councilmember Barr, do you have any comments regarding the project?
I've made my comments already.
Thank you. Councilman Nickel.
Questions for staff. What was the basis of the Planning Commission denial? What were the reasons that they stated?
Okay. Yes, Councilman. The item, our recommendation was for approval, and essentially during the public testimony, the same two residents that spoke this evening spoke before the Planning Commission. I believe there might have been one or two others that also spoke that lived down the street. And there really was, they agreed. Essentially, they took the side, or they agreed with the immediate residents that, hey, this really is a single-family residential area, and maybe it warrants a single-family house. Along that conversation, in our discussion, we also, as was pointed out, the code does allow for 5 units. Where they could apply for 5 units, it still would have to be approved by the Planning Commission. When this project was originally submitted, which was I believe it was in early July, it came in, and frankly, it wasn't very creative. It had 5 boxes. It had the 2-car garage. They were just squares, just detached. There were 5 detached structures on the property. They met all the setbacks and everything. Frankly, it wasn't very creative, you know. And so we sat with the applicant, and what the site plan that you have, the design that you have now, is probably the 5th or 6th generation of a project, of a shredder type of thing that we did on that. What can we do? You know, what are some amenities? We did take into consideration where we have the transit overlay here. What are we trying to accomplish? We again, we look for catalyst projects. You know, and again, we think of a lot of things. What does our code require? What are the areas that where we have some flexibility, if you will? What are some of the goals? You mentioned arena numbers. You know, so we kind of look at these things. You know, we have the transit. You know, it's a transit overlay. We've got the XBX line that's on there. The areas, while there's a lot of single-family residential, when the general plan was last adopted, that's when all that zoning went in, where it was multifamily for the RM zone. Again, envisioning that at some point in time, because it was older neighborhoods, that these properties would turn over eventually, and accommodate for a higher density. And so we kind of took those into consideration. We got a better design of architecture, and there were some constraints. We have a 65-foot wide lot. Fire department, because you have to have access all the way through, they require their 26 feet, and right away you cut that out and you start working backwards. Our code, the variance was required because our code allows for a 5-foot yard setback. It requires a 5-foot yard setback. And then for every 15 feet of lineal building on the side yard, you have to add a foot. And so that's why we had to continue to push it back, because of the overall length. So we thought, let's cluster, rather than having these 5 or 6 little bungalow type structures, 2-story, by the way, still. We said let's create 2 clusters. Let's use the TD overlays where we reduce the front setback on the East Street side, maintain the 25-foot on the single-family residential side on Stoddard, and then provide some amenities on the inside. You know, usable open space. You know, a lot of times we get these apartment or multifamily projects. They have patios. Are they really usable? You know, and those kinds of things. And so let's provide some amenities. And so that's what we try to do. And you know, frankly, we try to be a little creative. You know,
So bottom line, staff feels that this project is consistent with our code and with our objectives in terms of addressing the infill issues that we have, improving our housing stock, and providing a product that's consistent with the area it's in, the transit connectivity and so forth. The objections were primarily based on the objections of the neighboring residents.
I would say yes to the development permit part. The variance, our recommendations on that, our findings for that, the unique circumstance, if you will, and on that we you know, our reasoning was because of the width of the lot primarily, and some of the standards that were that would be imposed on the project, you know, would make it difficult for them to build.
Well, given those facts, I would like to present a substitute motion that we adopt the staff recommendation and adopt resolution number 2019-316. I'll make that a substitute motion.
Second. I'll second that.
I would like, if you can go back to the site map.
Yes. There we are.
There you go. What I enjoy about this project is that on the Stoddard side, there has already been a setback to accommodate the feel, the look, and the desire of a local neighborhood. That setback on the east side of that, or the right side, complements the existing Stoddard neighborhood. Grass, the setback necessary that would complement it. So I think we're overthinking it a little bit too much. This is a staff recommendation. This is something that we need in our community. We have a commitment from the local property manager that it's a locally owned business. This, I hope, might be the beginning of many, many future projects in our city. So careful what you wish for, council members. This is an opportunity to explore these infill lots in your respective wards. There is a lot of infill lots in our community that we could use this type of development in our respective neighborhoods. Councilman Mulvihill.
And keep in mind, citizens, there's going to be concerns about what gets infilled next door to you. I have to comment on what the speaker had mentioned, talking about wealth through home ownership. We're talking about homeowners, elderly homeowners, who are already there, who who are going to be losing value because you've got a large apartment complex. Having been a planner in San Bernardino since 1981, I took many studies in the San Bernardino area, and what I found is that there's many areas where they've shoehorned in apartment complexes right next to single-family dwellings. What happens is that the single-family dwellings, nobody wants to buy them, so the property value drops, ultimately becoming blighted. And because you got a blighted house next door to the apartment house doesn't do very well. I can show you a number of examples of that across the city. So what's going to happen here, should this be approved, is again denying the Planning Commission. I should mention also, at the August 13th Planning Commission meeting, it was unanimous. The Planning Commission voted unanimously against this project. And again, I think I'm going to be repeating myself. You've got elderly homeowners who've been there a number of years. Mr. Guerrero, I think he said 1995, so that's almost a quarter century he's been there. And Mr. Craig is, I'm not quite sure how long he's been there, but he's been in the city since 1948. So I would just request that you uphold the Planning Commission. The Planning Department is, its job is to make the best out of the development. The Planning Commission is composed of citizens. They're chosen because they're not professionals, as a rule. And so unanimously, they voted against this on August 13th. And I ask you to uphold their decision to deny this project. They could come with another project, lower density. The reason why they're doing it, it's going to be more profitable. But in the meantime, you're going to be ruining these individuals who are, again, their major investment is their home, and you're going to be essentially diminishing that a great deal. Thank you.
Okay, point of clarification, the staff report suggests and alludes, and so does PowerPoint, that it was not a unanimous vote, that it was a 2-4 vote. So can staff provide an explanation on the vote alone?
If I may provide some clarification on that. So in July, after the public hearing, there was a motion for approval, staff's recommendation to approve the project. When they took the vote ended up being 2-4.
Correct.
Right? So by our municipal code, it died. It failed. So it was just automatically denied because there was no affirmative action.
Taken.
So we went back the following meeting, recommending that they adopt a resolution to affirm the vote. There was a resolution to affirm the vote.
That was made in July?
The vote that was made in July. So this
Okay.
was in August now.
All right. Correct.
So affirming what happened the month before, and that vote failed.
Okay. So that's what
So
prompts it to come
there's-
to us as a policy-making board. The municipal code affords the applicant an appeal process.
That's right.
And so now we're now the planning commissions by default because of our municipal code.
That is correct. So on the August meeting, there was a motion
Correct.
to not accept or not affirm the resolution or the action. That was seconded, and that vote was, So anyway, there's no recommendation from the Planning Commission on this.
So
Yes. Yeah.
there's no recommendation from the planning commission. Okay, so members, there's a substitute motion made by Councilman Nickel, Councilman Figueroa, to accept this floor motion of the staff to approve this item. Members would cast their votes, please.
On item 15, the motion to approve the staff recommendation was made by Mr. Nickel. It was seconded by Mr. Figueroa, and the vote is 3-3. So
Okay, I will cast a vote in favor to approve it.
item passes.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 16, which is our consent calendar. We'll poll council members who would like a poll. I'm sorry, what was the vote on the noes?
The no votes were by Mr. Sanchez, Ms. Ibarra, and Mr. Mulvihill.
Thank you. Consent calendars, Mr. Sanchez, polls. Councilmember Ibarra.
Item 18.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilman Charette. Councilman Nichol.
Just a couple quick questions on item 22.
Councilman Mulvihill. All right, if we could get a motion for the balance.
Second.
By Mulvihill and Charette. Members would cast their votes on the balance.
Can I get a voice vote? Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette? Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill? Item passes.
We'll take the question first out of order. Councilman Nichol, item number 22.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarity from staff in terms of the plan going forward on our general plan update. Just quickly, when might we anticipate getting a report back? What's your timeline and schedule in terms of periodically reporting back to staff? This is going to be an ongoing process of engagement with both the council, the community, and so on and so forth. When do we anticipate getting some updates on this item going forward?
So for the benefit of the council, staff has already started to draft the RFP. We're looking at right now, there's actually two parts to this. The first one is the $3 million we're talking about tonight, and that's council accepting this. Then the other component of it is we're also applying for the SB2 funds, hoping to capture another $625,000 to actually work toward that. So there'll be two parts to the project. One's going to be the general plan update. Second one's going to be utilized to do a variety of things. One of those would be to continue to update and finish the development code, look at a specific plan for all of downtown that would incorporate the Carousel Mall and so on, right? So what our anticipation is put the RFP out. The RFP would be set up to where it would be a proposal to update or do a comprehensive update of the general plan, and then do these other tasks also as a supplemental item. So we anticipate that getting that out. I'll probably say, because the holidays are coming up, it's going to be difficult for us to get the RFP out and get people to submit. But we do anticipate getting it out after the first of the year. And then once we do that, we'll keep council up to speed as we move through the RFP process, review them, and then we'll come back with a recommendation in regards to who to retain and assist the city.
And I understand that there was some time ago some discussion of a general plan advisory committee being established. When would we anticipate moving forward on that?
So I'll work with the city manager on that. City manager office will work with council. We would like to establish what's called the General Plan Advisory Committee. What's done in other cities is councilors would typically appoint either one or two people each, and then that group would assist the city staff as we move forward with doing some of the stakeholder meetings, the scoping meetings, and things like that. They're your advisory committee, an ad hoc committee, so to say, that'll work directly with staff and move the project forward.
And then I know we had some discussion at our workshop a couple weeks ago. I know we're working with getting those recommendations refined and back to council, but I want to make sure that some of those conversations we had start to kind of guide this process or integrated. I just recently returned from a conference on 5G technology and got exposed to what's happening across the country. A lot of cities are looking at 5G infrastructure integration to more or less a term that's being used now, future-proof your city. Make sure you've got the fiber optic infrastructure, and I want to make sure that, and what we were told by city managers in these cities is you really need to have a technology plan as a component of your comprehensive plan. So making sure that as part of that RFP process, we really have a focus on technology and how we ensure that going forward, especially in our downtown, we build in that infrastructure that's going to give us that opportunity down the road to provide the connectivity that various businesses and employers are going to need going forward. Thank you.
Jim.
Yeah, and let me add something too. I think the Citizens Advisory Committee for this, it's probably better to have 25 to 30 people just to represent the entire community. So each councilman would probably have appoint 3 because this is going to take a year and a half, 2 years, and the meetings are probably going to be at least twice a month. And to get enough people to really get some feedback on these things, you need, 25, 30 is a good number to handle.
Okay, can we get a motion to move?
I'll go ahead and
22?
move the item.
Great.
Second.
Great. Members, cast your votes. And Mr. Huntley, be advised, the mayor also will be represented on that board as well. I heard only council members. So I have a very immediate opportunity to fight for representation from the mayor's office. So I will be sure to work with your office, the city manager's office, to represent the entire city equally. It's important.
I would expect that.
All right, member, city clerk, if you're down to vote,
As soon as the remaining members have
cast
voted.
your votes, please.
On item 22, the motion was made by Mr. Nichols, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and passes 6-0.
Okay, very good. Item number 18 pulled by Councilmember Ibarra, Councilman Charette, Councilman Mulvihill. Councilmember Ibarra, number 18.
Yes, I just wanted to, I wanted our city attorney to please explain to the people watching at home about this MOU, because there was a lot of questioning about the MOU and having to vote no on it, and so they're concerned. They're concerned because of the fiscal situation with our city right now. And if you can just explain what happens if we vote no on the MOU versus voting yes. And it's the last year of this MOU. So
A memorandum of understanding is basically an agreement reached between an employer, which is the city of San Bernardino, and a bargaining unit, in this case, which would be a represented unit. The MOU is an enforceable obligation. It's an enforceable contract. And above and beyond the contract, it represents an agreement which is governed by a board that could look at this, an employer board that can look at your labor relations. So when you get together to reach an agreement with a bargaining unit, you have to meet and confer. You have to do so in good faith. You come to terms, you adopt an agreement, and it's an enforceable document. So failure to abide by an enforceable document like an MOU not only brings potential contractual liability, but also can be investigated by state and federal agencies which have the duty to enforce labor relations. This is what you have here is both an issue of contractual agreement and also labor relations and agreements that you've reached with your bargaining units.
Okay, and then I want to also clarify for people watching at home, the PMA is actually the Police Management Association, which is composed of 17 of our current officers, including acting assistant chiefs, some lieutenants, and captains. And I just wanted to say that publicly so that people watching at home know as well. My question, though, with these races, we have McBride and Green labeled as acting. They're not official yet. So how does that play out with the races?
They receive the pay of the position while they're acting.
Those are all my questions.
Okay, very good. I want to provide some coaching to our council members. Well, you're out of order. Hold on just a minute, sir. So the cue for me, Councilmember Barr, is thank you, or I'm done, or I'm finished, rather than me just asking you. So please, if you could help me, cue me so I can get the microphone back. Are there any other council members who'd like to speak on item number 18?
Yes, I will.
Very good. Councilman Sanchez.
Yes, there was a speaker here who spoke at the last council meeting who made a very poignant remark that when they take everything away from you, all you have left is your word. We made a commitment to the people who are protecting us and risking their lives. We made a commitment to them to pay out these raises. Now that it's inconvenient for us not to pay out these raises, would really put the city in a dark place. The fact that we would be willing to shortcut the people who, again, are tasked with our safety, to cut them after we made a good faith agreement with them. I did not personally make this promise, but my predecessors did, and they did it as representatives of this city. And now that I am the representative of this city, I inherit those promises, and I intend to fulfill all those promises made, again, to those people who are entrusted with our safety. So I make a motion that we approve these raises.
I'll go ahead and second them. I assume that's the staff recommendation that you're moving.
Is that right, Councilman Sanchez?
Mr. Sanchez, the staff recommendation. Okay, yeah, I'll second the staff recommendation.
Okay, items number 1 and 2 is the floor motion and discussion. Councilman Mulvihill?
Yeah.
Or did you need to talk?
No, I'm looking at the MOU. Yeah, John. And the MOU.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott. Miss City Attorney, it's getting late. I'm looking at the MOU, and it doesn't mention the police chief.
That is correct.
So he's not included on the MOU.
We should refer to the position, and we don't have a permanent chief at the moment, but the position of police chief is not currently
On the
in the
See,
MOU.
The MOU doesn't cover the police chief.
If I could explain, the police chief was always included in 186 under the charter until these MOUs took place 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Since the MOUs took place 4 years ago, the chiefs has always been tied to these.
Only government can make a decision like that. I mean, a private business, I mean, we've always done it that way. It's time for fiscal discipline. We've got to sell renewal of Measure Z next year. And all of a sudden, all we're doing is saying, let's keep on doing what we always did in the past. And so my point is that you're talking about the MOU doesn't include the police chief, period. And again, the other situations in terms of acting, it doesn't say acting police chief, assistant police chief, doesn't say acting police captain and so forth. You're including it because, well, we've always done it that way. We're not the same city as we were 5 years ago. Actually, 5 years ago, we were doing a little bit better than we are now. This year, we cut down 7% across the board. I don't know that our revenues are increasing at all. We haven't gotten any kind of indication that the revenues are up this year. We're drawing down our reserves. And so my position is that fiscal discipline, if we're going to run this as a business, if we make this decision, we're not doing very good business. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have some of the similar comments. We cut $1.1 million, I believe, out of the budget, the police budget, in order to make it balance or do what we have to do. Well, I'm sorry. Oh, only $7 million. Somewhere I read something to do with 1.1 million. Maybe that was some specific bucket of money or something. We eliminated, again, as I said earlier, 17 positions, street positions, patrol positions. I've said it, I believe we're top heavy, but we're not even going to find that out now because we're not going to do an assessment or an audit. We're going to leave it to the people that have been running the place for certainly as long as I've been here. And we're not going to put a second set of eyes on it. And as Jim said, only government can make some of the decisions that we make, and they're frankly embarrassing. I'd like to ask the chief and the assistant chief,
if they're willing to do what our city manager did and take these positions with voluntarily not accepting the raise. I don't know if they're going to answer me right now, but that would be certainly something that would bode well with me. I'd like to also suggest to my colleagues that we're getting near a mid-year budget that we ought to be looking at. I haven't had any kind of a crime report since we started the COP. I'm sorry? Next meeting. Okay, but we're putting the cart before the horse, if you ask me. I'd like to see how our COP operation is working, the stats on that. I certainly think murder rates have gone up, and I don't think anyone can stop a murder. I mean, that's going to happen. I don't think Superman can stop a murder. But the more black and whites you have on the street, the more police presence we have in our community, the more people are going to see that we're serious about crime and maybe take a second look at committing a crime. I don't expect someone to stop a murder because those happen. They don't like call the cops and say, watch me, I'm going to do that, and figure, well, I can get away with it because they're having a cup of coffee. That isn't how it works at all. So in no way do I want to disparage our PD, our chief, the people that work very diligently and very hard every day protecting us. But I just think I think we're poor management. Again, no one has challenged me when I've said $128 million general fund that you take $28 million off the top and send it to PERS that doesn't benefit anybody except retirees and future retirees. It doesn't benefit, it doesn't fill a pothole, it doesn't trim a tree. And so based on $100 million left over for operating, we've got an 80% PD, 80% of our operating budget. Unheard of, I think. And again, I don't mean to disparage any individual, but I just think we are not being prudent, fiscally prudent at all. And I cannot support this. Damn the MOU. I don't care. I change my budget habits weekly, if monthly, certainly annually, based on what I hope will be the projection. And then if it doesn't happen, I have to cut back and change. It doesn't matter what I promised myself or my family. It matters what the reality of it is. And the reality of it is we are spending our funds faster than we're making them. I think Jim asked a question, didn't get an answer, but I would have to bet that revenues are flat at best or zero or negative. I don't know. Let's look at a mid-year budget. Let's put this off until we get some reports on the COP, till we get our mid-year budgets and all that. If we can't do that, then all I can do here tonight is vote on it and send the labor board after me.
Okay, thank you. There are some good points raised by both Councilman Mulvihill and Councilman Charette. In the prudence of elected officials that 3 years ago decided to send the items before charter review. This was one of those items. The item of Charter 186 and 187 is, I don't know why then you didn't speak up. Secondly,
I've never supported 186.
Well,
never.
You had an opportunity to present that before a charter review. So this might be a good opportunity to entertain those ideas as we convene a 2020 session for charter review. And that might be a good fix. All right, so the item is before us. There is a motion and a second. And if members would cast their votes.
To the floor?
It's a floor motion. It's the floor motion. Members would cast their votes, please.
Okay. On item 18, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Sanchez, the second by Mr. Nickel, and the item fails 4-2 with
Failed. Didn't fail, it passed.
Mr. Nickel and Mr. Sanchez voting yes, and everybody else voting no.
What?
I have the floor motion. The only two people who voted yes on the floor motion was the motioner and the seconder. Everybody else voted no.
Okay. Items to be referred to committee. Are there any council members who would like to refer items to the committee? Committees or agendize anything?
Mayor, I'd like.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes, once again, I would like for our city manager to please start the recruitment to look into city manager, chief of police, and city clerk. Time is quickly approaching us. Our city clerk's time runs out in March, which is in about 3 months.
No,
So-
it does not. City
March?
manager?
No, city clerk.
Oh.
City clerk. So
Okay.
we have to start the recruitment process already. We can't wait last minute before appointing somebody. And I want to encourage I would like our council to please vote that we start this conversation to start the recruitment.
What is your motion? What is your motion?
To start the recruitment in seeking city manager, chief of police, and city clerk.
Clarification
So
that
I-
the city manager form of government and the police chief works for the city manager. To make that motion actually would put you personally in violation of the city charter. So you certainly can make the request to begin a recruitment for the city clerk as under the new charter and the city manager without a doubt. But the city council should not be directing the city manager. It's a violation of your charter on the police chief. Just trying to make sure that you are complying with the rules.
Understood. So the matter would be to recommend the motion then as was, Ms. Ibarra, would you like to clarify your motion?
So amended to start the recruitment for appointing city clerk.
Okay.
Okay, we can't start a recruitment until we actually have a salary, and we'll have to bring that back to you. We can do that.
The salary was approved in the budget
No,
review
it wasn't.
meetings.
So let me help you, Sandra. Why don't we encourage our city manager to study and analyze the funding mechanisms and tools, and then bring a report back in maybe January, giving her enough time to work with staff and funding balances and trying to bring that back before us as a council agenda item. Would that help?
Well, my concern is we're still waiting on appointing public works director, correct?
No, that's an announcement that I was going to make to you in your update this week. We've actually appointed a public works director, and she'll be starting on December 9th. Her name is Chris Jensen, and she comes from the city of Hemet with a great deal of experience.
Okay, but that was my concern though, because Trish Ray announced to us back in May that she was leaving. It's taken us this long. So if we're going to be doing assessments of any sort, it's going to take even longer. We're going to be without our city clerk if Ms. Gigi Hanna decides to go somewhere else.
Okay, well, there is a motion, and I don't know if there's consensus, but are there any other council members who'd like to add, refer an item to committee?
Right
or,
here.
Councilman Mulvihill.
I've been making some inquiries. We've got a couple of white elephants in downtown. I'm looking particularly at the hotel and talking with our city attorney, our assistant city attorney, Thomas Rice. There needs to be a policy decision. Excuse me. The council needs to hear about this. In order for some initial move, the council has got to make a policy decision to have the city attorney start investigating all the contracts. Is there a clawback policy, for example, regarding the hotel, starting with Herman English way back in 1982, and then with the Japanese, with the Maruko and so forth. So I'd like to ask the council if they would just begin the movement to try to understand what's the basis for the hotel. We know that Mark Ostrich, whichever, is the contact person for whoever it happens to be, and I know. So the point is that we really need to begin the process of getting a use for the hotel, whether it becomes the city's property or whoever the owner happens to be, if they start operating it. But right now, it's just a big white elephant. And so I'd like to ask the council just to approve the beginning of the investigation of the contracts so that we can get an action on operating.
Actually, the mayor had brought this to my attention earlier this week, and we were going to have a session on closed session next time. We
Good.
were already starting to do some research.
Good. Well, that saves us then going to legislation.
Yeah, the opportunity, and this is a matter of public record, Ms. City Manager, you have had the opportunity to, council members who write you an email and request it, I don't think there is a need for you to come to policy decisions on that. It's a matter of municipal code enforcement, building safety inspections. Those are normal standard operating procedures that somebody on the north end or south end can employ. Through the CRM, go request opportunities. And now when we have council members who actually opine and chime in, like my good friend Jim Mulvihill, now you take note. But it doesn't seem to get your attention when other council members have requested that you take action on safety inspections at the Radisson.
I told you I would put this on the next closed session, and that's what I intended to do.
Okay, well, it seems convenient that now that we got Councilman Mulvihill to make that recommendation that you're taking this seriously. When council members ask you to put something on the agenda, not even...
I take my direction in a duly noticed meeting by the majority, period, Mayor.
Okay, well, you and I can have that conversation, Ms. Ledoux, but the bottom line is the conversation via email was a request. It was a request by, within the provisions of the Brown Act, to create a safety action plan at Radisson Hotel.
Got that email this week.
This is an immediate eyesore in our community, and council members are asking our city manager to get to work and do it. But for you to somehow obfuscate and push back on council members, I think that's really unacceptable.
I have a question. I didn't go to Terry on this when I went to the city attorney to get the legal background, legal opinion. And again, what I just told you is the legal opinion I received. We really need to do a review of the contracts. Thank you.
Council members fight for safety of eyesores, and this is an eyesore. And I'm not going to back down, Terry. This needs to be handled. Radisson Hotel is an eyesore. It's a public nuisance. It's a public nuisance. You're laughing, but it's a public nuisance. And you need to do something about it.
Point of order, Mayor.
So, next item, at this time, I'd like also to direct the city manager to return to the city council on December 4th with a solid waste contract amendment to adjust the rates and enhance services. This would include services such as illegal dumping, right-of-way cleanup, and multifamily bulk item pickup. If there's no objections,
I object.
okay, so noted.
The city manager takes direction from all of us,
Okay, so
not the mayor.
So I'd like to get a motion to support this so we can have this item heard at December 4th council meeting.
Point of order, Mayor. We should include all our items that we've mentioned, not just yours.
Okay, all right, so this is an item that, hold on, no, we're not going to adjourn yet. So this is an item that we need to hear before the city council on December 4th. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll go ahead and make a motion if we need to assess something based on the contract.
Are you asking to bring back an amended contract, December 4th? Got it, thank you. I just want to make clarification.
What I just mentioned.
Yeah, and do we need an amend, or do we need a motion for the other items that have been requested by council members? I'll make a motion I'll make a motion that we direct the city manager to address the items that have been brought forward and brought to our attention this evening.
No, there were so many. These need to be done individually, one by one.
There was only 3.
Let's adjourn.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a second on the motion brought forward by Councilmember Nickel to bring the item back at December 4th. Members would cast their votes, please, on the item on the floor motion to add this to, no, you're not recognized.
Have we had to make motions on items to recommend?
No.
I think what we have asked in the past is for respect and decorum and fairness to staff. And the way we get that is that the city council employs the city manager. and it's not easy for the city manager to balance all of the demands of the city. I think she's just asking for clear direction. It is easy to say, bring back something with an agreement that has solid waste and this and that and the other. That, for December 4th, is less than 2 weeks for staff time to do that. That alone could keep a number of us very busy. You've asked for other items this evening, so I think it's just a point of clarification to her. What do you want her to bring back on the 4th? So just, because I read it as you want an amended contract. I was told that's not what you want. That's good, but now that's clear. What were the other things you want her to bring back? Just tell us what you want her to bring back so that we can make sure we get it right.
Okay, I mentioned start the recruitment for city.
Do we have a vote? No, we don't need a motion, but does there appear to be a majority support to direct the city manager to bring back recruitment for the city clerk and the city manager? Okay, next item. What is the next item?
The hotel in downtown.
Is there general support to ask the city manager to agendize the issue of the hotel and what we might need to do to take next steps?
Yes.
Okay. What was the next step? The solid waste agreement. Is there general support from the city council to ask her to tee up that item for a discussion before the city council?
I want the premises for this discussion. I didn't hear clearly what that premise was. What is the purpose for the discussion on the Vertec contract?
So
There's a contractual obligation, there's a sense of urgency. We can't wait any longer. The item's been before the city council for 2 years. It's been hidden in various files, unbeknownst to you, Ms. Ledoux, before you assumed office. The bottom line is we have a contractual obligation to meet, and we need to do it very quickly. This would avoid potential litigation. It would true up some accounts that we have with our vendor for solid waste agreement. The urgency is that we need to act and deliberate those decisions before the council, and so that is the request.
there does not appear to be a majority support. Am I mistaken in understanding that?
Vertec is, we're hearing
Okay,
that
so
there's a
I'm-
need for it, so.
Okay. Yeah.
I know that staff has been working with Vertex, so if you'll let me reach out to them, they've been working to negotiate with them, so maybe that's one of the items you're talking about. I know that Matt Brown forwarded me what Vertex gave you today. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
Can you get it on December 4th agenda?
I don't know what it is. I can try, but I know that they've been trying to negotiate with staff. I prefer to handle it at the staff level, but
Okay, very good. This meeting is adjourned.